people and like stoning to death for others.
Well, the Bible says agape love. It's only one type of love. That's what we
Yeah,
believe.
but it
It's
also
no, it's
says
no
that you
two
should like
different. It's
stone
no
gay
two,
people
three,
to
and
death
four, or
and that you
five
should
different
stone
types of
people
love.
to death
It's
for
just
like
one.
working on the Sabbath. Like it seems like there's some pretty heartless aspects to religion, and like this is still played out. The fact that we still have people defending their homophobia or transphobia via the lens of Christianity or whatever religion that they fall into. The fact that we have like ethnic cleansings in the Middle East, in Palestine that are spurred on and defended under the guise of like religion. Um, like religion does just a lot of harms. It causes a lot of wars. It causes a lot of conflicts. It causes a lot of
Yes,
persecution.
sir. I believe that, but that's religion, and that's where people get it confused because God is bigger than religion. God is the creator of all things. So if He's the creator of all things, that means all things. That doesn't negate or leave out anything. He's the creator of all things. So people get so tied up and argue about religion when all we need to be doing is this: loving people and treating people right and growing and because that's what God requires us to do. Like, God doesn't require me to argue with you about whether you believe in God or not. If you don't believe, I mean, that's fine. But before I get off here, because I gotta get back to work, I was waiting to chime in. I do apologize, but before I get off here, I just want to say, I do believe that God is real, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, I appreciate your time too, but I mean, if you gotta go, that's fine. But I was just gonna mention as like something to consider, is that there's no relation between the religiosity of a country and the amount of like moral statistics that they have. That countries that are like high in religiosity do about as morally as countries that are low in religiosity. There's no
Yeah.
connection between societies that are religious and societies that are moral.
Yes, sir. Well, before I get off, we talked about science a lot, but science shows us it through creation. We have parents. Our parents had parents. Like what something it had to begin somewhere.
Yeah, so I think it came from
Yeah.
the Big Bang. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Yep, yeah. Thanks so much for coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Drop a follow as well if you're enjoying the debate so far. You should consider joining the Discord. There's a link in bio. Only join if you're 18 or older. I would love to see you there. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy, really whatever you want to talk about. It's a great time. It's a great place. I'd love to see you there. I also notify everyone every single time that I go live, so you'll never miss a live in the future because you will always be notified. It's a very active server. I'm also very active in the server. So it's just like a great place to join if you're 18 or older. I'd love to see you there. If you want to support me financially, my Cash App and Venmo are in the bio. My Venmo is allegedly Dash Ian, and my Cash App is just allegedly Ian with nothing in between. So if you're feeling generous and you want to Cash App me, I would definitely really appreciate it. And thanks so much as we try to find like another guest to come on up here. Um, I wonder if there's hmm hmm yeah, but make sure you're double tapping on the screen, dropping a comment, sharing it with your friends, doing all of that stuff. It's just going to be good for the health of the stream. I'm considering making like a PayPal for people who are outside of people who are outside of wherever of America, because I hear that these people can't actually um they seem to not actually be able to gift, which is fine. I totally get it, but yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Hey, what's up? How's it
Hey, what's up?
going?
How's it going?
There's an echo. Do you have the headphones or something? Oh, okay. I guess not. All right, let's see if we can get someone on in here. Wouldn't that be nice? Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Are you able to hear me?
How old are you?
Um,
Okay. Well, you got to be 18 or older to join. So if you're not 18 or older, please don't join. If you sound like a fetus, don't join. Thanks so much for the night, Helmet. Thank you so much, Radical Gingy. I appreciate it. Hey, what's up?
Hey
How's it
Ian,
going? Hey, how old are you?
I'm 30.
hmm and do you think God is real?
I do, but before we get into that, because I would like to not stick to any kind of one moment. I don't want to stick to any kind of denomination, although we can go that route.
But can I ask what religion you are, though?
Yeah. I'm Christian.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Actually,
So,
you know what? We can actually go to that denomination. Would you agree? Well, actually, first, let me ask you: are you atheist, or you'd like to hold the position that you don't know if there's a God?
there's like certain gods that I'm agnostic to. So, I don't know if like Zeus is real, for example. I don't have like I can't point you to like the contradiction in Zeus's properties. I am atheistic towards the Abrahamic God because I can point you towards the contradictions in their properties.
Perfect. So, would you agree that maybe one of those contradictions, maybe you've heard this, maybe you read it, or I think you've talked about it because I've been in your lives before. So, there being an all-knowing God and the existence of evil. This is like the existence of evil problem, right? It's not
Uh,
compatible with an all-good, all-knowing God.
kind of. I think the more important one, rather than all knowing, is all powerful and all good. That an all knowing or that like an all powerful, all good God is not compatible. And the specific problem of evil that I run is problem of evil earthquakes. I don't think that an all good God is possibly compatible with the existence of things like earthquakes, things that are gratuitous and natural, that inflict evil if they were caused by an entity.
Okay, perfect. So, I would I would like to address that. I guess it depends on the perspective you're looking at it from,
Your
and actually,
perspective.
believe it or not, the answer to it, how they are compatible, is actually within the characteristics and nature of God, right? It has to do with God being omniscient. So I have a question for you. If you knew 100% for a fact the way that you were going to, right, cease to exist, is there a way that you could prevent that?
So it depends. There's like some scenarios where you being omniscient, you probably could, and there's some scenarios where you probably couldn't. So like let's say that
Oh,
I know omnisciently that the entire world is about to be like blown to smithereens by aliens or
perfect.
whatever. I can know this omnisciently, and there's just nothing I can do about it.
Right. But what if we threw in the knowledge that you both foresaw that at time one, right, whatever that time would be, right, time one, you knew the world was going to be blew up by aliens, right? But at time two, right before it happened, you knew that you intervened and prevented it, right? Then you could stop it, correct?
Well, yeah, no, but so in this scenario, if you're like met with like just an overpowering force, it doesn't matter that you know that the overpowering force is going to happen. The problem is that you don't have the means to stop it. That I like in this scenario, you don't have the means to stop the alien attack. Their technology is just like much better than yours. There's nothing you can do to stop them.
I think it's a little simpler that actually. So what I'm trying to say is from a God perspective, if God knows something is going to happen, then God is limited by his own nature, right? He is all powerful, but God can only do what is logically possible for God to do without contradicting his own nature or its own nature, right? So if God knows that the world is going to be created and God also knows there's going to be evil, if God has not foreseen a different world, that other world cannot exist. It
So
has to
wait, so that you would say
necessarily
that God doesn't have
exist.
free will?
Uh, no, not at all. Actually, yeah, I would argue that definitively because God's mind cannot change, and that has to do with him being omniscient, right? So, for example, people ask, okay, why didn't God create a world where Satan didn't exist? Or if he knew before he created Satan that Satan would do all these evil things and turn against him, why didn't he not create him? Well, because if he didn't create him, that would imply his omniscience of Satan and his works, right? Would be wrong, which would be a contradiction of God being omniscient. God cannot both know Satan will exist and know that Satan can be stopped, right? At the same time, like
Wait,
he
that's
would
fine, but
prevent
this is
Satan
not
from.
really like an answer to the problem of evil that I'm running. So, okay, why do you think earthquakes exist?
I think they exist because they necessarily have to exist.
So
It's a
why do they
consequence.
does God have the power to make a world without earthquakes?
No, and I already answered that. I'll tell you
Oh,
how.
so then
Because
God is not all powerful.
not true. It goes right back to God contradicting his own nature, right? If God is omniscient and he knows that when he created the world, it would have earthquakes and volcanoes and stuff like that, this stuff must necessarily happen. It necessarily happens this way because he's foreseen it this way. if
So
it could happen
is
any other
God not the
way.
one like choosing to do these things?
So God chooses to create the earth in a way. I mean, that implies free will, right? God knows the earth is going to be created. So yes, it's his actions that created the earth, right? And therefore the repercussions of the earth being created and earthquakes happening and people like ceasing to exist from these natural disasters, they necessarily exist, but it doesn't mean he desires it to.
Okay, wait. Did God choose to create earthquakes? Was he the one who decided that earthquakes would be created?
I wouldn't say that he chose to create earthquakes. I would
So if
say
God
they
didn't
were
choose to create earthquakes, then why do they exist?
because they necessarily exist through the creation of the earth.
But who chose to create them? Who made the earth?
God.
This just sounds like nonsense to me.
Would you like me to read the argument? Because I
Would you
think
have
you're
like
missing
do
the
you have like a
point.
premise by premise argument?
Yeah, I do because I wrote it.
Sure. Yeah, let's hear
And then
it.
afterwards, we'll get into like, if you would like the compatibility with this argument and the all-knowing God,
So
as well
wait.
as
So
the
well actually I've like a follow-up question. So let's say that the that
sure.
God made the world like radically more evil. That God like instead of this world that is created, God made a separate world where he just like spawned in a bunch of like infants and they went like directly into like a meat grinder or something because that like pleased him and in your understanding this like he only could have created it one possible way and no matter how he created it you would still hold that he's all good. So if God necessarily needed to create like the infant meat grinder world, would he still be all good?
I do like the analogy, but I wouldn't call it all good, right? No. If God knows, right? Okay, how about this? If God creates it and isn't all knowing, right? And he just creates it out of desire, right? If there's desire
Or wait,
behind these
let's say
things,
that
then
he
it's
is all
not
knowing, that
good.
he foresaw that this is what he was going to create, and it wasn't created out of desire.
Well, I don't think anything in the world is good though. So no, it wouldn't be all good, and therefore God wouldn't be all good. But as long as there's good things in the world, right? And God's desire is for those good things to happen, then that could entail all good, right?
Oh, so
But
then let's like change the analogy just like slightly. So let's say that on one part of it is like the infant meat grinder world, and then like separated from it, but in like the same universe, there's just like the world as it is right now.
is there desire behind both creations? Is
Oh,
that
it's
the
what it's going to depend. Is there desire behind his creation in this world?
uh, desire of creation?
Did God
I
desire to
don't.
create this current world?
So I think there's desire from the consequences of creation, but as far as the desire to create, I don't think that's it.
Sure. So then there's and then in my hypothetical, I just say that there's no desire.
Perfect. Yeah. So if there's no desire, then there's no good or bad.
So you think that there's no good or bad?
So okay. So before we get too far off topic, so in order for something to be deemed bad, right? Okay. So like here's an example, right? Let's say an infant, right? Doesn't know, right? They're very little, right? A toddler, let's say a 3 year old. Picks up a cat and holds it really tightly, right? They're known for this, and the cat ceases to function, right? Is that good or bad? Well, it depends on the perspective. We
I'd say that
understand it
that's
as
like a
like a
bad
bad
thing, right?
thing,
Like this is like
right?
gratuitous,
Right,
unnecessary
right,
suffering.
right. Yeah. So we see that as a bad thing, but the actions of the toddler cannot be good nor bad. They didn't desire that. There wasn't an intentional. They didn't think intentionally. I'm going to do this.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but I would say that it's like bad regardless because I don't think that badness or goodness like per se comes from intentionality.
Okay. So would you like to get back to the argument before we go
Well, yeah,
too
yeah.
far
I
off?
just want to because I just want to clarify on this because you're saying that would you hold that your God is all good?
Um, yes, yeah, I would.
Okay, so why would your God not be all good if they just like happened instead to create a world that was in like half of the world was the exact same universe it is now, and then like all of the dark matter is replaced with like infants getting like sent into meat grinders. Why would this God not be all good? But the God who created the world with earthquakes is all good.
Well, That's it's a good question. If we're arguing from things that are contingent within our universe, then they're part of creation, right? And I mean, I guess I'd still have to stand by the same point. I mean, I don't believe infants going to a meat grinder is good at all, right? I don't think that action is good. But if it was a necessary consequence of creation, then I mean, I don't. It still doesn't mean that God desired it to happen.
Yeah,
I,
but so you would say that God could create a world where there's like infinite infants getting sent into infinite meat grinders in addition to the world that we have now, and this would be an all good God?
so again, that depends on what God's omniscient, right? What he has in his knowledge, right? So if he has knowledge of that world is going to exist, then it must necessarily exist.
Okay. I think that like that's the reductio, right? Like that's just crazy.
Would you
Like
like to?
if God created a world where there are infinite kids getting sent into infinite meat grinders, then God is not all good.
Well, I mean, we could what if all day long, but the fact is that we don't live in a world where that, where that happens, right?
Yeah,
So
but if it did happen, you would say that like God is all good.
I I I, I think you're still missing the issue. It's not that God is bad, right? It's not that God intends for evil to happen. The whole argument it stands by that evil necessarily exists because the existence of evil God foreseen before it did. It can't be another way. If God knows, right, that there's going to be a purple cube in 2 seconds in front of me, it must necessarily happen. If it didn't, it would imply his omniscience is incorrect. So evil and the existence of it, he had foreknowledge of prior before evil's
Hmm.
existence. So it can't be any other way. If it was, it would imply his omniscience was wrong, which contradicts
No,
his.
I agree with this. I actually agree with this point. This is an argument I make all the time that omniscience is incompatible with free will. I just
Oh,
don't know what sense we mean goodness. And like, okay, let's say that let's imagine for a second, hypothetically, that I were omniscient and I
perfect.
omnisciently foresaw that I was going to like throw a hand grenade into a crowd of people. Would that action be a good action or a bad action?
From our vantage point, it would be something terrible. It would be bad. I would not think that there's anything that we could say to morally justify that.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say that there's nothing that we could say to morally justify God creating a world with earthquakes.
I mean, for us, it comes down to free will. And now we already established that God
Wait,
didn't
whose
have.
free will causes earthquakes?
Well, hang on. So we established before that God didn't have free will because he's limited to what his all him being all powerful is limited to what he can do, like logically, right? So God cannot logically create a rock too heavy for him to lift.
Yep,
Otherwise, it
no, I agree with
contradicts him
this.
being all
Yeah, yeah,
powerful,
and
right?
in the
So
omniscience
God
hand
cannot,
grenade scenario, you
right? So
cannot
God can
logically do
also
anything other than throwing the hand grenade.
so God cannot also logically he logically excuse me he logically cannot also create a world that is different from what he's foreseen, right?
Yeah,
So
and
in this aspect he doesn't have free will in the same way that we don't, right?
gotcha. So would you say that the person who like throws the hand grenade also doesn't have free will?
No, they do. Would you like me to provide you with that argument? It's the
Oh, but that's going to be
compatibility
a
of
contradiction,
omniscience and
right?
free
Because if
will.
you think that omniscience precludes free will, which I agree with, by the way, then that's necessarily going to mean that either the person with who like throws the hand grenade has free will, uh, or well, nah, rather like the person with the hand grenade does not have free will, or God does have free will.
Okay, let's talk about let's bring God into the argument real quick because I think it's
Yeah.
important, right? Your the basis of the argument is basically like this: an omniscient being knows everything, including our own choices, right? And if he knows our choices before we make them, it couldn't have been another way, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so the issue with that is that we're leaving out like some important information here. So God not only knows the choices you will make, but every choice you could have made. And the fact that God knows every choice you could have made implies your capacity to make a different choice.
Oh, okay, wait. So I think
Otherwise,
that
he wouldn't
there's
have knowledge of it.
does
God
God
cannot.
know the different possible choices that he could have made?
There is no different possibilities.
Oh,
for
wait,
God,
so then why is there no different possibilities for God, but there are different possibilities for other people?
because we have free will.
Oh, okay, but
Because
I mean that's like
because we're
so
not
this is just a
limited
circular
because we're
argument
not
because
limited
what's
by
like what would it be in challenge in this instance would be that like you're just saying that like we have free will because we have free will.
no. We have free will because let me put it to you this way. Let's go right back to the argument. If God knows every choice we could have made, that implies we had the ability to make a different choice. Otherwise, God would not have knowledge of a different choice and would only see the only choice, right? So the reason why God does not have free will is because he's foreseen the world as it's going to be, right? His creation. It cannot be another way.
Cool.
But when God gives
But
man
it's like
free
completely
will,
different for us. Wait, does God know which choice specifically we're going to end up choosing?
does God know specifically what choice we're going to end up choosing? Well, yeah.
Oh, so it seems like God knows exactly what we're going to do, and in the same way that God knows exactly how he's going to create the world and exactly what's going to happen within the
Correct, but God
world.
also knows what we could have done. A
Oh,
choice that we
wait, but
could have
does God
made
know what he
given the
could have done?
situation. Do what?
Does God know what he could have done?
Differently?
Yeah.
Well, no, because God is limited by his own omniscience and his own the way he can only do what is logically possible for him to do, right? He doesn't have the same kind of choice in creation or actions, right? So God knows his own actions as well before he's done them, right? Be, Before he chose to create the world, he knew he was going to. Before he chose to
Yeah,
create
yes, that's
Satan,
yes,
he
yeah,
knew
and
he
I
was
agree
going
with this. I agree that there is a contradiction there. I'm just not sure how this doesn't like generalize to humans, but so regardless, I don't think that this makes like any sense or gets you out of the earthquake problem at all. Like, I'm not sure how an all good God could create. So you think that you can be all good even if you don't have choices?
to. So let's define what all good is.
Yeah, what do you
If
mean by all good?
so if I'm a being capable of creating things and I
Hmm.
have a desire for the outcome to have good things, right, happen from it, and I foresee good things, and my desire is only good, the necessary consequences of things not going according to what I desired isn't my fault, right? With me being omniscient, I cannot prevent myself from creating these things because it would entail that I was wrong about foreseeing them being created.
Yes, yeah, but I would just say that you're not all good at that instance.
But that doesn't mean that I'm all good because it comes
Wait,
down to
so
desire.
do you think that you're automatically all good if you don't have free will?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Okay, wait. So
I said
the
we,
only thing that I
I'm
have is
saying
that
that we
you like
can't.
foresee good things.
I'm saying that we can't attribute these things as bad, right?
So
To
when you say the word all, like what qualifies something as being all good?
good things come from this,
Oh,
from this.
okay. So if
Good
I
things come
made
from this being,
oh,
from
that's perfect. So if I made a robot, if the criteria is just like good things come from this being, if I or actually we'll take me for example. So would I be all good if I donated a single time to charity?
well, I'll answer your question, but I'll let you know you did cut me off before I finished. But would you be all good if you donated something to charity? I would say that's a good thing.
Yeah, and if what it means to be all good is that good things come from you, and donating to charity is a good thing, so you would say that I'm all good if I donate to charity.
Well, I don't know everything about you. I mean, you could donate to charity, but you could also be a hidden psychopath
Hmm.
that makes animals not move anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's totally true. And God could produce good things and also bad things like earthquakes. So how do we know that God is all good?
So God producing earthquakes entails that God physically caused these earthquakes to happen through a method of desire, right?
Nope, that's
It
not true.
instead, I like to look at it like as a necessary consequence of creation. So stars explode, right? Eventually, our sun will explode, and it will engulf the Earth and probably our entire solar system. And none of these things we view as good, right, from our vantage point.
Yes. Wait, so
But
are you saying that from God's perspective, earthquakes are good?
I don't think God would see these things as good. He desires them not to happen, but necessarily they must happen, especially
Why? Wait,
if he
wait.
has
Why?
them
Why must they
happening.
necessarily happen?
Well, they must necessarily happen because if he's all knowing, and then he knows these earthquakes will happen.
What?
If they
Wait.
don't
What?
happen, then it would
What
imply he's not all
preset?
knowing.
What preset God's knowledge in the first place? Did he just spawn in with this like exact track?
No, God didn't spawn in.
Or yeah, yeah.
God
Did
has
he just
always
like
been
exist
there.
eternally with like the exact knowledge of like everything that he was going to do, and then he just like never could have done otherwise?
Absolutely, yeah, I would hold that.
Sounds like God's like some weird automaton then.
Automaton,
Yeah.
like like a robot.
Yeah. Yes. That he has like a very set track that he can do, and he cannot do otherwise.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I could see that. So could we just say that God is neither good or bad in this scenario? I mean,
If
if
you
God is
want, but
limited,
neither good nor bad is not all good. So that would just be a contradiction.
I mean, it's not all bad neither, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't know. Um
I'm just holding
Jeffrey
your
Dahmer was
principle.
not all bad. That doesn't mean he was all good.
So I provided you with. I mean, I still. It seems like we agree on some things, but
Well,
others we
there's just like
don't, right?
there's just like a massive contradiction in your worldview. If God is neither good nor bad, then he's not all good.
No. I didn't claim that. I was just repeating. I'm trying to bring light to like how you're thinking, right? I'm trying to understand what you're thinking. I didn't say it as
Yeah.
something like that I hold to, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I
I would
believe God is
probably
all good.
with the God that you're positing, I'd probably say that this entity is neither good nor bad.
Okay. Um, well, I would argue that God is all good. And I mean, and like I said, just because we have things that happen within our universe, within our world, that we definitely, I definitely, you definitely morally disagree with, it doesn't necessarily mean that God God's desire for these things to happen is the causality, right? God does not desire these things to happen.
That's fine, but if he,
So
insofar as he did it, if you do the thing, even if you don't desire to do the thing, like if you make earthquakes, even though you didn't desire to make earthquakes, you're still really bad for making earthquakes. He made earthquakes with the knowledge that earthquakes would take the lives of 60,000 people a year.
So, the let me touch base here. So the position that you're maintaining is, um, despite the fact that these things must necessarily happen, right, under the consequence of God being omniscient, still doesn't imply that God isn't in some way bad.
Well, I would just say that if God is like just like a robot, if God's just an automaton who can't do anything other than what he's been like pre-programmed to do, then yeah, maybe he's like not all good or all bad. That's fine. But not all good is not all good. So that means that it can't be the Christian God because the Christian God is all good.
Give me one moment. I'm trying to process exactly everything that we've talked about. So,
Hmm.
um, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. Um, I mean, I don't have any contradictions, I should say, that I could point out in what you said. But I don't necessarily agree that he can't be all good. I'll have to crack at it later on. I have to think because it takes me quite a long time to write some arguments. Right, you got to make sure that you use wording very carefully um,
Sure.
as to not
Yeah.
create internal contradictions. Would you like to move back to free will and there being an all-knowing God, or do
Not
you want to
really. I
get
think we've been
another
talking
guest
for a
up?
while, so I'll probably move on to the next guest. But I do very much appreciate you coming on up here. And I respect it when people can admit that there's like something that they don't know. Um, But hey, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 50K likes. We're almost there. You can leave as many likes as you want. My Cash App and Venmo are in the bio. Cash App is allegedly Ian, nothing in between. Whereas the Venmo is allegedly Dash Ian. I'd really appreciate any and all donations. It'd be super kind of you. If you're 18 or older, consider joining the Discord. Link in bio. I would love to see you there. It's a great place. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy, really whatever you want to talk about. And consider dropping a follow as well if you're enjoying the debates. And with that, we can go to the next guest. Hey, how's it going?
All right, all right. So, what makes you not believe in God? Like,
Can I
what
ask how
makes
old you are first?
I'm 23.
Okay. So, what makes me not believe in God? I think the most compelling argument is the problem of natural evils. So the thing that I was talking about with the last guest, but I can run a different one because there's just so many. So, if God is all good, then why do we have like diseases?
Because that's like he's just I don't know, but my whole point is like, who do you think made you then? Because you ain't just come from your parents. Because then where did your parents come from? Where did their
Mhm.
parents come from?
Yeah, cool. So, when we trace the line back far enough, I would say that the leading hypothesis is that we came from abiogenesis, where in ocean vents came the formation of the first protocells, which eventually turned into cells.
All right. But hold on. I'm just saying something to your little comments in here. Whoever the fuck is
Wait,
fetus.
don't. If you want to debate with the comments, I'd be happy to send you back down there.
And I'm not a kid, whoever's saying that. But
Okay, that's fine. If you want to debate with the comments, then you can just go debate with the comments. That's your prerogative. But if I bring you up, you're debating with me. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yo, why do
Oh,
you
you
think
gotta be 18 or older to join. Sorry.
Oh, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
How,
noticed that. Oh, sorry.
oh, I was just gonna ask how old you are.
Oh, 35.
Okay, yeah. And what religion are you?
Well, I'm a Christian,
Hmm.
but it's more like the path that you take because it's more of like a why. Why did God do this? Why did God do that? And for me, it's more about is there an intelligence or not, right? So,
Intelligence where?
well, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what we're going to find out, right? So, let's say we're looking for aliens in another planet, right?
Sure.
And let's say we sent out like a radio signal, and we were looking for an intelligent response rather than gibberish.
Yep.
How would we recognize intelligence? How do we recognize whether something is just simply accidental or if something is from an intelligent mind? So, like aliens, how?
If we're like looking for like signals, probably the
Yeah.
transmission of specific patterns. That there's patterns that we don't normally see that would be highly irregular and that would
Mhm.
take like information like states is how I would assume we would
Excellent,
determine
excellent, excellent.
intelligence.
That's perfect answer. So
Yeah.
like that's the perfect answer, right? So we didn't see the aliens, but let's say we sent out a signal looking for aliens. We would look for a pattern, a system, something that is not just random gibberish, right? So to
Yeah.
me, so to me, when we look at humans, animals, the world around us, we see patterns, we see complex systems,
Hmm.
and we see mechanisms.
Yep, yeah, but
So
I don't think that these necessarily needed these ones specifically. I think that they could have come from natural mechanisms. Like the theory of evolution explains why these things exist in a perfectly reasonable way.
yeah, but that's the thing. How do we recognize if it's from intelligence or not?
Okay. Yeah, because we know what transmits signals and it's specific technology. We know that technology is
Mhm,
created. We do
mhm.
not know that and like creatures themselves are created.
Okay. But I'm just saying, how do we You've already answered it. You've said with patterns.
Yeah, well,
So I've
yes,
got a
yes,
question.
yes, but of course, so the reason why we would recognize this is like a pattern in a signal specifically. So when we have a pattern in a signal, like
Yeah.
signals exist on their own, that's fine. But when the signal has a pattern in it, that means that the signal must have been intentionally created by something like a device, a piece of technology which creates signals. Now,
Mm.
we don't know where universes come from, and we don't know where creatures come from, but we do know where devices that create signals come from. Devices that create signals come from intelligent creatures. So
But
we
that's
would
the,
assume that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that creatures themselves must have been created.
what it does. That's the point of recognizing patterns. Like with us, if you break down like the body, the eye, the lungs, whatever, there's there's mechanisms and patterns and like things happening that again we would recognize as intelligent, right? Something had to be behind this because random things don't just make. I don't know if you know about the law of entropy. You know about entropy?
Yeah, just that things are going to tend towards like an entropic state.
Right, so they lead to more disorder. Things tend to lead disorder, right? So, for example, if you had like this Big Bang that you described to, um, with the expansion, to get those things to come back together, you would need a mind to get order, right? Because we see things that are in order.
No, that's not
What do you
true at
mean?
all. Yeah, so it's
What?
just going to be the Discordian arguments, essentially that order and disorder are concepts that are going to be influenced by our cultural upbringing, that order and disorder only exists in the human minds. These are essentially grids that we place onto reality. Reality just is. The fact that a tree is there is just going to be that fact that a tree is there. But we only understand it that way when we like put a grid that has been given to us by society and culture onto it. So that is to say, what's orderly to me is going to be disorderly to other people. I'm like a very messy person. I make like a lot of piles in my room. These piles are very disorderly to other people, but they're very orderly to me.
Yeah, but does that order have a mechanism? Does it have a pattern to it?
No,
The order
but
you're
so what is
talking, hold on.
considered
So
order
the
in
order
the
that you're
first
talking about,
place?
the order you're talking about can happen the arrangement of your room can happen in any different way. Okay, so there was no recognizable order, low entropy. Your room will continuously be in disorder, right? Like you say, it might be ordered to you, but there is no mechanism in this, right? There's no pattern in this.
No,
So
but
that's
for me there is patterns, but other people would still nonetheless consider it disorderly. So if I had like a pile of like clothes, the
mm,
pattern is that they're going to be like clothes that I got out of the dryer. But it's going to be disorderly because people think that these should be elsewhere. The
no.
fact of the matter is, and like the at the heart of my critique, order does not exist objectively. It's going to be subjective. What one person considers order is going to be different from what a different person considers order, which means that you can't appeal to objective order.
Yeah, but the order I'm talking about is the mechanism of order. So what you're
The
saying, my
order is
room
the
is
mechanism
yeah,
of
yeah,
order.
because you're saying that my room is a mess, but to me it's ordered. Yeah, there's an order in my room, even though it's a mess to some people. Yeah, but
Well,
I'm
to
saying,
me, it's orderly, but I've been
yeah,
told by
yeah,
other people that they think it's disorderly.
yeah. They think it's a mess. You think it's orderly. You think it's not in a mess, but
Yeah.
there's no mechanism here behind it.
What do you
It's
mean by
just
that? I'm
it
just not sure what you
because
mean by like
because
mechanism.
because you can't get out of it. Either there's a pattern of your disorder, so every time you take your clothes out of the machine, you do the same thing every time. That would be a pattern. If you haven't done that, then that is not a pattern, and then even you would struggle recognizing the order of things coming out if it's not the same every time. You see?
Yeah, so there's a pattern because I recognize it to be as such. It's just like patterns themselves are also going to be subjective. They're things that are formed within minds.
No,
That
patterns are
patterns do not
consistent.
exist. Patterns do not exist until minds exist. That the underlying substance itself existed, and it just was the
Exactly.
way it was. But it only was when the mind became developed enough to recognize these kinds of things and gain a nuanced understanding of them that we started recognizing them and calling them and describing them as patterns.
You're answering my God question here. You're saying that only the mind can recognize pattern. So we
Yes,
see,
yes, 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 but not only a mind. So a mind is necessary for the recognition of patterns, but not the creation of patterns.
well, in other words, it's random if it's not a mind behind it.
Yes,
If
yeah.
it's
So yes, that's just gonna be true, right? Like if I took like a bunch of marbles, in a jar and I toss them out, if I
Yeah.
looked at the marbles for long enough, I would find patterns at specific points in the marbles.
Yeah, but you
That's
wouldn't
that's just
find.
going to be true.
Yes, but your pattern is not like a repeatable mechanism. It's just for you. I'm saying, like, for plants, animals, humans, and everything, there are patterns. Repeatable.
Yes.
It's not just like a random, oh, that one looks like that, that one looks like that. We
Yes,
have
no, but I'm saying that that is exactly that things are going to fall in random orders and that some things are going to appear orderly because that's just the way it happens when you roll the dice
Yeah, but
enough.
that's what
Like
I'm saying, that there is nothing. Yeah, but this
if you
is there's,
rolled like 1,000 dice, you would notice like a long sequence of specific patterns and you'd be like, whoa, five
no,
threes in a row?
that's not
I guess
true.
that
That's
means
not
God
true.
must exist.
That's not true. The pattern only comes into play if you roll the dice and get a sequence, and someone else rolls the dice and gets the same sequence. That
Wait,
would be the
why? Wait,
pattern.
wait, what? No, you can absolutely have patterns. So wait, you think that you need two separate actors in order for the existence of patterns?
No, because if you roll the dice, you won't get a pattern. Everything will be random. Every time, every sequence will be random every time. No mechanism behind it, just a random roll until someone else rolls and they get the same as you. Then we can recognize that as an intelligence because we've now got a sequence, a pattern, not
So
just
wait, so
accident.
if I flipped 10 heads in a row,
Yeah.
would that be a pattern?
If you flip 10 heads in a row, that would be massive chance and luck, right?
But you don't think that would be a pattern? You don't
Pattern
think
of what?
you
But
don't
against with
think
what?
you don't think 10 heads in a row is a pattern?
If you kept rolling 10 heads like continuously, there'd be something wrong with the coin, right? Something is wrong. It's
Not
not normal.
necessarily. It's unlikely, but not necessarily.
Yeah, again, that's not possible. For you
It
to-
is it literally is possible.
So you'd flip heads every single time.
Yeah, it's possible that you flip 10 heads in a row. That's just like obviously true. This
Yeah,
is
but
a thing that can happen.
That's not a pattern. That is chance. That's by
But it's
accident.
so I just want to hear you say that you think flipping 10 heads in a row is not a pattern.
No, I'm saying that's not. It's chance. That's by accident.
Yes,
You
but
didn't
you think
mean
it's
to
but
do
you think
that.
it's not a pattern.
It's not a pattern because you didn't control it. You didn't mean to get 10 heads.
Patterns
mean-
exist regardless. Patterns can exist just based on chance. Patterns can arise solely out of
If
chance.
you said I've got a pattern that rolls tens, what I mean again, people would say that okay, that's random, that's luck, that's chance.
Yeah,
There's
but
a
you would say
system
that
behind
you would also say that it's chance and it's also a pattern.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's exactly a pattern because it's by accident. There's no mechanism.
So I don't
behind
think
it. What's the
patterns require
hold on. So
intentionality.
What's the mechanism for getting those heads every time?
The mechanism is chance, of course, but chance
There
is
you
not
go, then.
chance is not incompatible with patterns. Patterns can come out of chance. That's my entire argument.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, is that if you did something miraculous, it'd be a miracle for you to get, straight heads forever. That would be a miracle. That's unordinary. That would be supernatural, right?
No, it wouldn't. It could happen naturally. Wait, you don't think that you
That
could
couldn't happen
naturally?
naturally.
Wait,
That could never
wait.
happen naturally.
Do you think it's not possible for you to naturally flip 10 heads in a row?
No, I'm saying forever. Like, it's constantly flipping heads.
Oh, yeah, so it's just gonna get like increased. So it's technically still possible. It's just like deeply unlikely. Robert, thanks so much for the $2 on Cash App. I really
Right, and if
appreciate it,
it
Robert.
did
W
happen,
Robert in the
if it-
comment section.
If it did happen, 1,000 heads, you would say something is not right. Something is wrong here, right? You would investigate.
I would say that
yeah.
that's weird, but that like weird
There you
doesn't
go.
necessarily mean impossible.
It would mean it would take a miracle for that to happen.
Well, it would be weird. It would be statistically improbable.
Yeah, like a miracle.
Not necessarily. It would just be statistically improbable.
Yeah, it's possible. Like Jesus walking on water is possible. It's not impossible. It's probable, but it's unlikely we're going to see that.
No, Jesus walking on water is physically impossible.
No, if you're
What is
Jesus, you have
what
all
is
the
the
power.
what is the physical mechanism? Could you tell me what a physical mechanism for
So he
Jesus
becomes
walking on
like
water
light.
is?
He becomes like light, less dense. He becomes light. Light was within him.
Jesus becomes less dense at what part?
I said within him. So within
Within him. So
Yeah.
Okay, so then what's
within
the?
Jesus,
Do you
he
think
becomes
that Jesus had like organs or whatever?
but I'm saying they become light, like light,
Yeah, yeah. So you think that? Do you
in
think that
this
his
moment.
organs? So if your density lowered, do you think your organs are still going to function?
Yes, yes, but remember, Jesus is God there, so it's different.
Wait, so would you be willing to and I would pay for all of this, but just like a thing that lowers your density, like massively.
It's just air, yeah. If you breathe in and breathe out, you can change your density. If you float on water or sink on water, yeah, by
Yeah,
changing your
but
density and
presumably he was
sucking
like
in the air.
walking like underneath like his feet. Because if you
Okay,
change
but
the density of
I'm
your
not arguing whether he
entire
did or not.
body,
I'm just
if
saying
you
here, I'm
change
pointing
the
out that
density of your entire body, if Jesus had organs, his organs would fail because organs are they've evolved to be used with the specific density of water.
yeah, but maybe he breathed in air enough, like I just said,
Breathed air into his feet,
into his lungs, into his body.
into
We don't
his
know
feet,
that would be the mechanism of how a God, Jesus like would do it.
into his feet.
Breathing in air, so he's lighter. The
So
idea is like he's
he
light.
walked on water by just breathing in air.
That's I've said to you light at first, didn't I? I said light. He became like light,
He
right?
became like light.
Yes, Jesus is the
So
light.
what by through what mechanism did through what physical mechanism did Jesus convert himself to light?
He just manipulates. He can manipulate matter.
Yeah, so what's the physical process that allows for that?
I wouldn't know what he did. Otherwise, I'd be doing it.
Yeah, I would say that there is no physical process. There's only like supernatural processes for this. Which is why I
Yeah,
would
but
say that
again, that's my
it
point
is
there.
physically not possible for Jesus to have done this. It is physically possible for you to flip heads for all of eternity.
I would say it's the same because if you flip
It's deeply
heads,
unlikely that you're going to, but it's
if
not
you
like there's no logical contradiction or physical contradiction in you flipping heads
yeah, but there's no
for all of
mechanism for you.
infinity.
There's no mechanism to make sure you get heads.
Yeah, yes, no mechanism to make sure, but of course, if it's just random chance, there is a chance that you flip heads for all of eternity.
Okay, so if that's chance, it's not by a mind. It's just by luck, by chance.
Yes,
You
yes,
don't know.
precisely. Yes, because patterns do not require the existence of a mind that puts them into place.
I talked about mechanisms here.
Patterns can result from luck.
I'm talking about mechanisms, right? So if
Yes,
an
yes. So
alien, if an alien put
the
out a
mechanism
signal,
is chance.
if an alien put out a signal, that beep, beep, beep could be just like a chance, a random noise, white noise, or it could come from a device, an actual mechanism. That's where it came from. So
Yes,
what you're
and
talking
there's
about
ways
is,
to determine that. You could go and track down the mechanism. That it would just be like deeply. It's possible
what if
that
you
you
couldn't,
get like a
what if it was
perfect
too far?
like a perfect wrong transmission
Yeah,
of
but what if
just
it
like
was
this like
too far
perfect
away?
like information detailing a civilization. That's possible. It's just
Yes,
going
but
to be
Ian, what if
deeply
it was too
unlikely.
far
So
away?
I guess in this instance, we would just infer. So if we received this signal, we would probably infer and take a really educated guess that aliens exist. But I suppose that's not going to be like deductive and like final proof that aliens exist.
No, I think if they're looking for a signal, they would be able to determine if it's random, white noise, or actual intelligence behind it. And I think that's because we know here on Earth, you can't just break a glass. Like if you put glass in a box, shake the glass, you can't build the cup just by shaking it a million times. No matter how many times I shake that box with broken glass, it will not build a cup. Right?
Joshua, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. W Joshua in the comment section. I appreciate that. I
So
don't.
do you
So do you
understand?
think it's? Can you tell me? Can you tell me why it's physically impossible for if you like shook it long enough that like a cup literally could not form?
Yeah, because you would need a mind to put the pieces together to put it back to the cup.
What? Wait, why? Wait, if you like shook it up for like long enough.
Yeah, there's no way that would come
Wait, so
to
can you tell me like why would there be like no possible if you're
because
shaking it like
because
for forever
shaking
for like literally eternity?
shaking
I
is
don't think it's
random. I'm going to tell you
impossible that
why.
it like
I'm going
forms
to
like
tell
a
you
cup
why.
shape.
I'm going to tell you why. Because shaking is random luck, okay? And you wouldn't be able to just be luckily be able to just build something by chance.
Oh, that's fine. Then I would just say that. So if that's true, then we could just say that the difference here is going to be that we know that cups come from cup makers, whereas we
Yep.
have no idea where universes come from.
Well, they come from universe makers.
No, we don't necessarily know that. Well, I guess if you just want to like do the rhetoric, whatever, like we could say that the universe maker in this instance is just the singularity.
Yeah, but there's no written documents to support that.
Yes, there is, because the universe, 10 to the negative 33 seconds after the Big Bang, was in an extremely hot, dense state. So it seems like very plausible that it was even in an even like hotter, denser state, like slightly prior to that.
But I've just told you, we've just spoke about Big Bang, okay, when it starts to expand, in order for the things to come together, to put the pieces of the glass together, the Earth, Sun, Moon, stars, whatever, you would need a mind. Because remember, things are expanding, entropy is increasing. There is more and more disorder from the moment of the Big
I've
Bang.
already answered the order and disorder point. Do you have any like critique of my like Discordian framework that order and disorder are just going to be things that we've that like our mind artificially creates, that like to me something is orderly and that's going to be different from order that somebody else has made, or like order
No,
to me
no,
is
so I
different from order
disagree
to
with
someone
that, yeah.
else. Wait,
I
you
disagree with
disagree
that.
you disagree that order to me is different from order to someone else?
Yeah, because the order you're talking about has no mechanism, does not do any
That is
work.
not the question. The question is just, do you think that order to me is going to be different from order to somebody
Yeah,
else?
of course it will be. Yeah, but that's not the order I'm
Oh,
talking
cool. So
about,
then
though.
you just contradicted
But
yourself.
that's not the order I'm talking about. I'm
So
talking
so
about
when you say the
entropy.
word order, what do you mean?
I'm talking about mechanisms, systems, patterns. All of that tells us when we see systems, when we see patterns, when we see mechanisms, like functions, that tells us there is a creator behind that. There is nothing on earth, ever, anywhere, that is a working system, function, patterned, that happened by chance. Like you
Yes,
can't,
there are, because
you
so
can
you
say,
it's like the reductio to this view is just that if you flipped heads for all of eternity, that's like technically that is possible. It's possible
what
that
is the
that happens,
system?
and
What
it
system are
would
you
be
building?
it would be a huge pattern that if
Yeah,
you
but what is
flipped like
this?
an
What?
infinite number of heads, that would be like a massive pattern. But the mechanism that underlies that pattern, it's possible that that mechanism is luck.
Yeah, but you didn't mean to. That's not a mechanism when you didn't
Wait,
mean to
so
do something.
you would say if you by random chance flipped nothing but heads for all of eternity, you
That would
would
be a
say that
miracle.
this infinite number of heads is not a pattern.
I would say that's a miracle. Yeah, I've conducted a
But wait,
miracle.
but would that be a pattern?
A miracle pattern, yes.
Oh, cool. So that would be a pattern. Cool.
If
But
you
we
believe in miracles, if you
again
believe in
at the
miracles, then yeah.
beginning of the hypothetical, as I stated, this does not happen because of like divine intervention. It's happening just like random chance.
No,
You
we've
flip
just
like,
agreed that it's a
wait, do you
miracle.
think that it's possible that it's like can you tell me the logical contradiction in flipping uh infinite heads just based on chance?
I've just said to us that would be a miracle.
Not necessarily.
Why not? That's not usual. That's out of the norm. That's not
Yes.
natural. It's not
Yes, but it's
natural.
not but it's not physically impossible is my
But it's
point.
not natural though. It's
No, but
supernatural.
it could be natural. That's
No,
what I'm
because that
saying. Like
means no,
if you
no.
just
It
flip the
means
coin, if
if
you
somebody
flip the
flipped
coin an
heads, if
infinite
somebody
number of
flipped heads,
times, it is
if somebody flipped
physically
heads,
and naturally possible for every single one of them to come back heads.
again, if someone was able to do that, that would be
Can
mysterious
you tell me why that's not physically
because
possible
there
to
would be no
do?
explanation for that.
Can you tell me
It'd
why
be
that's not physically possible to flip an infinite number of heads?
because that there would be no explanation for it. It'd be a miracle.
Yeah, the explanation is luck.
That's not scientific. Luck is not scientific explanation.
I think the field of statistics wants to have a word with you. What?
Yeah, but luck is not science. How are you going to test that luck? Do it
Yeah,
again.
yes,
Can you
yeah. There's
repeat
like
that? Can you repeat that?
I could literally give you an equation right now to determine what the likelihood
No,
of
no, no. I'm
flipping however
asking,
many
can that
heads
be
is.
repeated? Can it be repeated?
Can what be repeated?
Heads being flipped for that amount of time.
Well, I mean, we can't like repeat it in a lab because of course like this is just a hypothetical scenario.
Well, that's what I point out to you. If something like that happened, it would be classed as a miracle.
Okay, wait. So do you think how many heads do you think it takes? What's the specific number of heads before it's classified as
You
a
have no
miracle?
control over it unless you control it.
Wait, can you tell me what question I just asked you?
How many heads could you flip in a row?
No, that's not the question. Listen better. So the question is how many heads would it take for you to declare it a miracle?
How many heads would it take before you declare it a miracle? Is that what you said? 'Cause you cut out.
Yes. How many heads? What's the bright line?
Well, I don't know the number, but if you started flipping, like if this was like on
Guest
a bet,
has no idea, no clue.
yeah,
So I don't know. We can.
three
Do you think?
times.
Do you think 10 heads in a row is a miracle?
I would think that is that's lucky, yeah.
So you would think 10 heads in a row is a miracle?
No, that's just being lucky.
Oh, okay. So the question was, is it a miracle? So when you say yeah,
No,
that's like a little bit confusing. So would 20 heads in a row be a miracle?
yes, that would be if someone threw 10 heads in a row and I was making a bet with them, I would think there's something suspicious.
Well,
They
but
like to bet every time.
wait. But would it be a miracle?
Yes, if they were able to flip that many in a row.
20 heads in a row. Okay, but flipping 20 heads in a row is definitely repeatable in a lab.
Well, let me see that happen.
Yes,
That would
wait, I
take
could
very long-
literally, I could code something right now that flips like an infinite number of times, that picks either heads or tails with 50-50 odds. I could code this in like Python in probably 5 minutes, and it could just
Yeah, it's
run.
50-50.
It could just,
It's
it
not-
could just like continue to run and like continue to flip, until it reaches 20 heads, and it would eventually halt.
No, I'm talking
Or
about the
it would be
human. I'm talking about
extremely
the
likely.
human. I'm
It would
talking
be
about a
extremely
human with-
likely that it would halt. Wait,
I'm
but
talking
the
about a
difference
human.
is just going to come down to like time period. These experiments are fundamentally not different.
Well, like I said, there's no
It's
system
it's just
here.
that
There's no
the
mechanism.
like no
This
one
is
wants
just
to
random luck.
no one wants to sit around and like flip coins for the rest of their lives. But if they did, it's not impossible that they get 20 heads in a row.
Yeah, you're going into the rounds of miracles because it's.
But
that would be
wait. So
impossible.
can you do you have a critique? Can you explain why that would be physically impossible to flip 20 heads in a row?
Because more than three times would be unusual.
And why does that mean 20 is like a super why does that mean 20 heads in a row is supernatural?
Because it's not normal. That's not usual. People cannot usually hit 10 heads in a row.
Do you think that ginger people are supernatural?
No?
But they're not usual. They're like there's not very many of them.
So what does that mean?
Yeah, it's your exact argument. Yeah. If
No, I'm
if you
talking
think that's a
about-
bad
I'm
argument, then
talking
I
about
agree.
I'm talking about mechanisms, systems. You're focused solely on the pattern. But I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about
So
the
you're
pattern.
just saying that if something is abnormal, then it's supernatural.
No. We're talking about things in the world, how if they're here by chance or if they're here by minds, like built, intelligent.
Yeah. But so your argument, and I know you want to pivot away from this now, but the statement that you made is that if something is abnormal, then it's supernatural. I asked you why
I
would
didn't say that. I
why
never
would
said
flipping
that.
to well everyone heard you, but I asked you why would flipping
I said
20
it's
heads in a
unusual.
row?
It's unusual.
Yes. Yeah, so it would be supernatural because it's unusual. That implies that if something is unusual, then it is supernatural.
No. I didn't mean that because usually
Wait, so
people don't do
this is just going to be like a logical issue, like a logical tracking failure at a fundamental level. So when I ask you a question like this and you say because of this factor, the proposition that you're putting forward, the argument that you're putting forward is that if something is unusual, then it is
Yep.
supernatural.
No, I
20
didn't
heads
say
in a
that.
row, 20 heads in a row is unusual. Therefore, 20 heads in a row is supernatural.
No, I didn't say it as far as that.
But I asked you why. You said because of this. If you can't track the argument, that's just on you.
Yeah, but I didn't say at 20 that would
You
be. I
did
just
say
said
at
it'd be
20 it would be
unusual.
a miracle. You literally did. Everybody heard it.
Yeah, that's right. At 20, that would be a miracle.
Yes.
Okay. So what's the problem?
You've twisted yourself into a goddamn pretzel. That's the problem.
I don't think I have. You just lost in what's being said here. You're talking
So
about
I
patterns.
asked you.
Talking about
I will tell you precisely how the conversation has happened.
Go
So
on.
I asked you how many heads would it take for you to consider it a miracle. We landed on 20. I asked you why would 20 be considered supernatural. You said it was abnormal.
I don't think I used the word well, if I did, yeah, that's not normal. So that would be strange. Yeah, I said look actually, didn't I?
Yeah, so it would be strange, but strange just because something is strange does not mean that something is supernatural.
No, it just means that it's not possible. It means that it's possible. You got the 20, but it just means that it's possible. But to me, that'd be very odd how you could do that. I would have to look for the mechanism. There is no mechanism. It's just
The
luck.
mechanism
so you
could
can't
be
repeat
luck.
it.
Why could
But
the
you can't
mechanism
repeat.
not just be luck?
Yeah, I said it's just luck. Yeah, so it's not really
Yeah.
a mechanism because you can't repeat it.
Well, yes, you can. You can just like do the flips again to get the other 20, or like another 20 in a row. As Blitz said in the comments, 20 is only around like a million flips.
Yeah, but you need to get them in a row.
Yes, yeah, but it's like expected within a million flips that you would get 20 in a row.
I mean, look, this could be arbitrary. You could say 50, you could say 100. The point is,
Yes.
there's no
Well, yeah,
mechanism.
but we found the bright line for you. It's at 20.
Well, I just said that for the sake of argument. But
Yeah.
it could be 20, it could be 50, it could be 100. The point is that there's no mechanism behind this. You would need to get like constantly heads every time. You would need a mechanism, something to help you to give you heads all the time. Otherwise, it's just luck. And that's my point. We don't live in a world where things are just random luck.
Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, we
I'm talking
do.
about like, the existence of man, animals, plants, the world. Nothing shows us that it's here by chance.
Yes, well, yeah. So there's like things that are probabilistic, like quantum superpositions, for example, are probabilistic, or at least that's like a leading interpretation.
No, but I'm saying there's no system, pattern, or mechanism or design that we see by chance. Like I said, we take a broken glass, we break the glass, put it in a box, we shake the box, the glass will never come back together. That's because of entropy. You're just going to make more and more disorder because there's no mind, no energy to put into the glass to build it back up. Right?
Well, that's not necessarily true though, because so we could take like the monkey and the typewriter example. So let's say that we have like the monkey typing forever. The monkey could type like an infinite like amount of characters. And it's likely, it's not guaranteed, but it's likely that there's going to be like discernible words or even like sentences in this infinity of characters.
Again, that would take a miracle.
Why? What's the miraculous? Why? Everything that I posited is like a natural
Because
mechanism.
the everyday norm has been set that things don't just happen like that. That's the way the creator has made it. We have to build or design. Nothing just happens by luck. And if you are that lucky one, you'll be 1 in a billion, 1 in a trillion. You know, It doesn't happen to everyday people. It takes a miracle for these things to happen.
Well, yeah. So I wouldn't call that like supernatural though. Like we can say that it's like very unlikely, and I agree it is very unlikely. It's very unlikely that you flip 20 heads in a row. That doesn't mean that it's supernatural.
It's very unlikely that a Big Bang expansion can spread out and come back together to form planets, or so-called planets, the Earth, the Sun, the stars, all
Why?
these things.
Wait, why is it why is the formation of planets unlikely?
Because I just told you, entropy moves to disorder.
Yeah, but we have like
bring-
forces like gravity, which is going to if masses start to get like big enough, there's just going to like collect more mass.
Which gravity are you talking about?
Yeah, like the planetational gravity.
Which one's that? Are you talking about Newtonian or Einsteinian?
The whatever the leading consensus on the
Well, which
on
one?
gravity is.
Well, which one?
Just whatever physicists say it is.
Well, which one is it? Are you going with Newton?
I'm
or
not
Einstein?
going. I'm not going with Newton. I know that it's been like this. Like, if you want Blitz in here, we can get Blitz in here. It's like
No. I'm asking you
It's-
because you're the one that.
yeah.
you're the
Wait.
one
I
that brought
like.
it
I
up.
don't need to. I don't need to know what specific like the name for the specific model of gravity is in order to say
Well,
that I
we're
can
gonna
just like
talk about
I
it.
would use. I would use like. Wait. Do you think like the pivot to like, well, what even is gravity is like a good look for you? Like just like, well, like trying to like fact check me or.
Hey, we're talking about chance mechanisms and
Yeah.
proving intelligence.
Yeah. So I have no
I'm
idea
saying-
why you're talking like asking me about like mechanisms.
Yeah, you brought up gravity,
I have no
right?
idea why you're asking me about like the name of specific forms of or like theories of gravity. I'm not sure what the
Yeah.
relevance is.
Yeah, because you brought up gravity, and I'm like, well, which one are you talking about?
Yeah, well, the whichever one is like the leading consensus in physics is the one that
Well,
I'll
which one is
use.
that? And how
Which
does
I
it
have
work?
no idea. I'm not a physicist. Whichever
So
one's the
let's
leading
not talk
consensus.
about that then. That's my whole point. We
Yeah,
can't talk
yeah.
about things
But so
have
we
no
understand
idea
that
about.
gravity. We understand that gravity is going to be a force that brings things together. Are you a gravity denier?
Gravity is a force.
Yeah. Oh, so you accept the existence of gravity, so I'm not sure why you're
I'm
contesting me when
asking
I
you a
try to cite
question.
gravity.
You just said
It's
gravity's a
this is
force.
completely irrelevant because we both agree that gravity exists.
No, you just said it's a force. I'm asking you a question. Is
Wait,
gravity a
can you
force?
give me a can you tell me what a force is, like in specific like physics terms? What's a force?
It's just like applied pressure, energy.
Oh, applied pressure.
Hmm.
That's not necessarily true because there's lots of forces that do not have pressure.
Force like what?
Oh, forces like magnetism, for example, that doesn't use pressure because pressure is specifically the like I think it's force divided by surface area, perhaps.
I don't think you know what you want about, Ian.
Yeah, well pressure is just like the like this specific type of force. So it seems
Yeah.
like so you tried to give a definition of force that included something that was wrong. So I mean, if you want to go on like the hyper pedantic like
I've got you in a
well,
corner, Ian.
do you know facts? Let's find out if you know facts. Like we can go down that route. It's just really stupid.
The
Like
force is
it's
just
just
like a
like
strength
a
or
really
an
bad
energy.
look. Like everyone knows that it's like super bad
You
faith.
see, Ian, what happened is, right, usually your contestants come on and it's always about the why. And you get them on, well, why did God do this? Why did God do that? But you've never had someone come on and ask you, how do we recognize intelligence outside of ourselves, right? And that's
No,
how we recognize.
I have, and we
Yeah, but you haven't, and that's where you're stuck
no,
because
I
that
did
you answered
answer.
it. You
I
answered it.
answered
You
like
said
pretty answered
you
pretty
did answer
clearly.
it. No, you did answer it. You said with aliens, we would look for patterns,
Yes,
mechanisms,
we would
systems.
look so in a signal specifically, we would look for patterns. That's not necessarily going to be true. That doesn't mean that patterns are indicative of intelligence in all areas. I think what's because
No, I didn't say that. I didn't
for
say
a
that.
signal to have a pattern, then it is very likely that the signal was produced in a specific way.
I didn't. I just asked you how you would recognize intelligence. If you went to Mars and you were looking to if there were intelligent life, what signs would you look for? Nobody's been there before. So you're the first person there. How would you know that there was
Mm.
intelligence there? That's
I would look for things that don't occur in nature.
like what?
So for example, is it bronze, for example? So if we encounter something that's bronze, bronze does not occur in nature. So if you encounter something that's bronze, that means that it must have been produced.
So you're saying that you go to Mars, you find bronze, and you say this must have been produced,
Yes.
even though you've never seen it on Mars happen before.
Yes, it must have been produced because bronze does not occur in nature.
Well, but you found it on Mars.
Yes, so because it does not occur on nature or in
Hmm.
nature on its own, that means that it must have been created because it could not have just come from nature.
So where did it come from?
It must have come from an intelligent being who made the bronze in the first place because bronze does not occur in nature. The problem is, nature does occur in nature,
Yeah, but you
unfortunately.
don't know if bronze naturally occurs on Mars or not.
No, we do. We know the process by which bronze comes together. It's a very specific, like metallurgical process. Or like, yeah, like in the comments, like plastics or steel, that these things are produced. So if I encountered any of these things, I could use this as like sufficient proof that this thing was created.
So there you go. And that tells you when you find
No,
something
because
like
these
this.
things do not occur in. I know you're going to try to declare victory because you have no response. So the argument for the audience was just that we would know that there's intelligent creatures because these things do not occur in nature. I have no idea why planets or why life forms do not occur in nature. In fact, I think life forms do occur in nature.
No, but what you've done, you've recognized the system, the pattern, the mechanism behind what you've discovered, right? Even though
Yeah,
you haven't seen the person.
insofar as I know where it comes from, then I can infer certain things about it, correct?
Yeah, you're going to assume that someone must have been here, someone must have put it there, and somebody must have built this.
Yes, because it doesn't occur in nature, not because it exists at all.
Right. So when we see again, but the reason is not because it's because you're seeing a mechanism here. You're seeing a system here.
No, I'm not seeing a mechanism, I'm seeing an object.
You're seeing a system here.
I'm
you
not
recognize
seeing
the
a
pattern.
system, I'm not seeing a mechanism, I'm seeing an object.
Well, it's not just random, is it?
No, it's not because it doesn't occur in nature. And I think you're floundering right now, which is why the last like 5 things you've said have just been completely incomprehensible. Pure
Well,
gibberish.
I think I've got you in a corner now because, like I said, you
You
recognize
can
how.
try to declare victory if you want. The things that you've been saying for the last little bit have been just complete nonsense.
Yeah, because like I said, you realize yourself as you've explained it. I would recognize intelligence through this, this, and this. This is how I recognize it.
Yeah.
So, so that's how we recognize intelligence
Yeah,
by
yeah. So
being
wait, so
processed.
what was my answer for the recognition of intelligence?
You're saying that because you've seen someone on Earth make copper, that's
No,
the reason why.
I'll explain this a little bit better. It's not because I've seen someone on Earth make copper. It's because copper does not occur in nature.
Well, like I
Or no,
said,
wait,
you
wait,
don't
not copper. I'm sorry. It's not copper. Copper does occur in nature. It's bronze.
bronze, like I said, so you don't know, you haven't been to Mars before to make that claim.
Bronze also doesn't occur on Mars.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know that because you haven't been there.
Well, we do know because there's like a very specific metallurgical process.
But you don't know what happened on Mars. You can't assume that. You can't say, well,
Yes, we
somebody.
can because we know that these things do not occur in nature,
That's
that the
begging the question.
conditions
That's
need to
begging the
be.
question. That's begging the question here. That's the
No, no,
same thing as
because we
what we
know
would
that the
say about the
conditions need to be
clockmaker.
precisely, we know the conditions under which like bronze or like plastics or steel come
Yeah, but if you
about.
saw
We know that
bronze,
that it needs to be like exactly and precisely right. So absent precisely and exactly right conditions, we can assume that these things are not going to just come about via nature.
but that's that
So
you don't know that.
unless there was like a natural like smelter or whatever the fuck you use to make bronze, unless there's like a
Like you
natural one
have
of those that forms like this natural fire and whatever bronze is made up of like pops into the smelter that is like magically on fire and all of this is natural, then we know that the bronze was produced. It was not,
yeah,
it
but you
didn't just
have
like come from
planets. You
nature.
have planets that make diamonds, rain diamonds, right?
Yes, because diamonds occur in nature, bronze does not.
Yeah, but you don't know that, is what I'm saying. You don't know the process, the chemical process that could have happened on this planet,
We know the
and how it
chemical
came about.
process that produces bronze. We know that this it's like almost certainly does not happen in nature.
Well, again, there you go with almost certainly. You
Yeah.
see?
Yes. Yeah, yeah. So again, like if you wanna posit that they like magically formed like a big old smelter just naturally at like the perfect shape and the perfect like duration and elements to make the natural
Because
smelter work. And
you
then
wouldn't be able to
this like
explain how it
natural
got there.
smelter naturally had like a fire appear underneath it at the perfect time for the combination of I think it's copper and tin where like two like ores or like ingots or whatever that also just like
Okay.
naturally formed or like just like naturally came into this smelter and then like naturally formed copper. Like I guess that's like technically possible.
So
It's
how
just
did it
very
get there?
unlikely.
How did it get there?
Oh, well, that would have just come about via nature because that's why I said natural like at least like
No,
eight
no.
times.
How did the bronze get there?
Yeah, yeah, it would have just had to form via nature because bronze does occur in nature. That's something that's like a
No, no.
fun
You're
fact
saying
for you.
it's not natural, but you
No,
found
no,
bronze.
Oh, wait, I'm confused. I thought you said copper. So the I just told you. So it would come about via an unlikely process of the natural formation of like a thing that works like essentially like a smelter that is like lit at the exact right temperature for the like liquidation of bronze or of I think copper and tin to come
Are you
together
saying
and
it would
form
be
bronze in
natural or
the
not
first
natural? I'm
place.
not sure if you're being
Yeah, yeah.
sarcastic
So
or not.
yeah, well, it's I'm saying natural because it's like all like very unlikely. Like this stuff just doesn't happen in nature.
So I'm asking you then, how would you recognize intelligence?
Yes, based on I could infer intelligence or have a very high likelihood of intelligence
So you're
based
saying you cannot
just.
recognize when there is intelligence, Ian. Something is intelligent
Wait,
or not.
what? Wait, do you want the answer or do you just
Yeah.
want to like
How
keep
would
on
you
LARPing?
recognize? Because you just said copper, and I'm saying, how did it get there?
I said bronze.
Or bronze, how did it get there?
So bronze needs to be manufactured because it
So
needs to
how
come
did it
through a
get to
very
Mars?
specific
No one's been there before,
metallurgical
Ian.
process.
If no
So
one's been
if
there
we
before, how did
encountered,
it
if
get there?
we, I've already explained this to you, and it's clear you're floundering. Everyone
Nobody's
sees you
floundering.
floundering
I'm asking you,
because
how
I've
did it get
explained
there?
this very clearly. If we
Go
saw
on.
bronze, a
Yeah,
thing that
yeah,
does not occur
mm-hmm,
naturally,
yeah,
because it does not occur naturally, We would know that it came from someone who created it. We, however, know that planets do form naturally. We know that life forms can form naturally. So these things are disanalogous.
So how did it get there in your imagination? How would it have got there?
Which thing are you asking about?
This bronze item?
Yeah, so I've said this at least 4 times. If I have to repeat myself again,
Alright, say
I
how it
think I
got
just need to
there.
move on to someone who has listening skills. So in this instance, because bronze does not occur in nature, that means bronze must necessarily be produced by like a creator, insofar as it doesn't grow on trees. It's not just going to be found in nature.
Okay, so let's say nothing on Earth. Are you saying then basically you would not be able to recognize anything outside of what is on the Earth to be intelligent? So only if
Wait,
like.
what?
So what I'm
Yeah,
asking is,
we could like encounter a planet, I suppose. But yeah, as far as we know, the only intelligence that exists is on Earth.
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking how. So you're saying the only way you could recognize intelligence somewhere else is by if it had been on the Earth previously.
What?
Because you brought up bronze.
Yeah, so it's just like we would need to know the mechanism by which these things come from. If we somehow ended up on Mars, and we found bronze, but we have no idea
No,
whether
not
bronze
bronze. I
or
was
whether
asking, there was no bronze there, Ian. How do you recognize intelligent life there or intelligence?
oh
Nothing
yeah,
that's
so
on the
I
Earth.
don't know, like you couldn't. I mean, if there's no signs of intelligence, then you can't
Ah.
recognize intelligence.
See, ladies and gentlemen, we've got there. This is Ian's problem. You see, we finally
Oh,
got
bro's
the crescendo.
grandstanding.
We
Damn,
finally got there.
maybe if you like rely on rhetorical tricks, nobody will notice that you're getting blown
No,
the
we
fuck
finally
out
got
right
there.
now.
Finally got it, and this is your biggest problem.
Yeah. Let's hear it. What's the gotcha?
But
Let's hear
like I
it.
just said, if there were alien life form out there, intelligent life, or anything out there with intelligent life, you would not be able to recognize it as being intelligent. You would just think it's random.
Yeah, so if there's no signs of intelligence,
Yeah, but
then we
what
can't
is that? That's
recognize
what I
it
asked you.
as
What is that, Ian?
intelligence.
What is that, Ian? I asked you that.
Wait, what's what?
Signs of intelligence. You said we're looking
So
for
signs of like what? There's many signs of intelligence. One sign of intelligence, the one that I've been citing for this, is things that do not occur naturally, things that do not occur in nature.
So that is the only way you would recognize intelligence.
Yeah, essentially.
So if there was another, I don't know, like a being, you would just say this is all part of the evolution.
Yeah. So I mean, if so signs of intelligence as proxies for knowing if there's like a being who is intelligent. If I can just like perceive the being who is intelligent, then all this is irrelevant. I can just look at the being intelligent, and I can say, oh, looks like it's an intelligent life form. It's just that this intelligent life form. It's just that this intelligent life form occurs in nature.
Yeah, but if that being had built something on another place, you wouldn't be able to recognize that as being intelligent because it hadn't been built on Earth.
So wait, I'm sorry, I was getting glazed in DMs. Can you say that one more time?
So if an intelligent life builds something on another planet, like they build something, but they haven't built it on the Earth, you wouldn't recognize that
Wait,
building.
what the fuck are you talking? Wait, what? If they
If
haven't built it on the Earth, no, they can build it wherever the fuck they want to build it. That's fine.
Yeah, but how would
They
you
can put it
recognize that?
anywhere.
Yeah, but how would you recognize that as intelligent if you don't see the being?
Oh, because it's going to depend on if the materials and the structures created
Yeah,
occur
none
in
of the
nature.
materials are from Earth. None of the materials are of Earth or from Earth, but they have a structure, they have a building, but you don't see the builder.
Yeah, so it's going to depend on whether these structures, like the way that it looks, could occur in nature. If it could
Oh.
occur in nature, if every part of this could just occur in nature, then I would conclude that there's not necessarily signs of intelligent life here.
No. It's just a building. They're using different materials from their planet. You don't see the builder, but you see like a city, buildings, a road, but it's from different materials to what we use. Would you say, well, this is just naturally formed?
Yeah, so if there's a natural explanation that could explain how this formed naturally, then maybe I would. it's going to come down to a question of likelihood, and also if there exists natural mechanisms to do this. We actually have like a perfect case study for exactly this phenomena. There was like a mechanism that was found in I think South America, and it had gears and bronze in it. So we knew that this was made by humans because we know where bronze comes from. It does not occur in nature, and we know where gears come from. They don't grow on trees.
Yeah, but your problem is if it's on another planet in another place, unless you've seen it here on the Earth, like a building that they've built with the same materials, to you that would be just a random building.
If there's a natural explanation for it, then I would say that it's
What do you mean a
it
natural
might be.
explanation?
So it's gonna come down again to whether like the likelihood that these things occur in nature at all in the first place. If it's extraordinarily unlikely that anything of this structure could occur at all in any way, then I'd be like, fuck, like I don't know, that's probably like just like the likelihood of it. Insofar as there isn't like a naturalistic explanation for it,
No,
like it makes us
no.
wonder, like maybe it is, but if there isn't a naturalistic explanation for it, if it must have been produced because it contains things that we know don't occur in nature, like elements or like combinations of elements that we know don't occur in nature on their own and need to be brought about via very specific processes, then I would conclude
Yeah.
that they were brought about by those processes.
Yeah, so that's basically what the audience can get out of this is that you, unless it says there's a structure on another planet, not that I believe in planets or anything like that, but just saying for your sake,
Wait, what?
yeah, I don't believe in planets or anything like that
What?
nonsense.
Wait,
They're just lights in the sky, Ian. Calm down.
what?
Yeah, we live in an enclosed system. You know, my name here is gas pressure, right?
All
Now
right,
you won't be able to answer any of these questions, but
wait,
how do you have gas pressure, Ian, without a container?
wait.
Exactly, right?
What?
So that tells us
You
we live in
you don't believe in planets?
no.
So you think like
They're
Mercury,
all they're
Venus,
all relig-
Jupiter?
they're all religious gods, Ian. Jupiter, Uranus, Saturn, they're
You
gods.
you're
You believe in
what?
God.
Wait,
You
I
believe in
don't
ancient
think.
gods, Ian, ancient
Uh-huh,
gods, the heliocentric god, Helios, and
uh-huh,
you believe in planets like Jupiter, God Saturn,
uh-huh.
God Venus, things like that.
So Ian, I just came up here because I don't think you know gas pressure, but gas pressure is a very known flat earther on this app who believes the earth is flat, doesn't believe in planets, and also thinks women don't deserve equal rights. So
Is there
Women, I
that's the
mean,
person
it's
you're
not that I
yeah,
don't think they
this is
deserve.
yeah.
I'm asking why do they want, that's the question.
wait, why? Wait, do you think that you deserve equal rights just as like a person?
I think everybody has to kind of prove themselves, right?
Do you think disabled people deserve equal rights?
Oh yeah, they deserve. What do you mean? The right to go places, access places. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
which rights are you skeptical of?
So when it comes to like women's, I would move on to a different subject. We can do if you want to. But when it comes to like women's rights, I ask the question, what are they actually fighting for? Because I usually argue with Kenzie. Do you know Kenzie? I don't know if you know Kenzie or
I
not.
do know Kenzie, yeah.
Yeah, so me and her, we have epic battles. She doesn't like the patriarchy, and I'm trying to say, well, women, men, disabled people, black, white, trans, anyone has the opportunity to thrive and live their best life under the patriarchy. Now, yeah, it may have its flaws. But in order to survive and thrive and be who you want, this is the best system. There isn't a better system.
Yeah, so what's your critique of like egalitarianism?
Well, I mean, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, just like a system that's not a patriarchy where there's like no gendered hierarchies.
No, I don't think that will work.
Okay, so what's your critique of it?
Well, like I've just said, because everyone has the best opportunity under the
This is just
patriarchy.
begging the question, why? Why
Well, we
would it not
see
be a
it.
better opportunity? If everyone was more equal, that seems like it would be a much more like meritocratic system where people don't have like presuppositions about others based on their gender.
Well, that's the thing. When you try to prove yourself, it shows that men work longer, harder, all that kind of thing.
Well,
Women
yeah, that's because
usually,
women are pressured into taking like double shifts, for example, where they can't work as hard at work because they're also expected to do like all the housework.
yeah, but I mean, do this is the thing. I don't think that women really want to be out there working. I think women want to raise families.
I think they should. I think they can make that decision for themselves, don't you?
Um, no, no,
Why not?
because
Wait, so
because
actually, like, you think you know better than them as to what they
it's a
want?
bit biblical for me. Okay, so Adam and Eve, she made a bad decision which cost the world basically, to live in sin. So what it means is the woman shouldn't really like lead or no like that. Just let the man make the decisions, let the man lead, and everyone should just enjoy who they are and what they are, right? Just like this, just enjoy what
Like,
where you
I
are,
don't
what's
know. I think it's so. There's like a lot to unpack here. First, I don't think it's fair to like judge an entire group of people, even if we assume that the Adam and Eve story is true. It's not,
mm,
but let's assume that it is for like just a second.
yeah.
Why would it make sense to judge an entire group of people based on the actions of like one person? Like, just because you're a brainlet doesn't mean that I'm going to assume like literally every single Christian is a brainlet.
Because it shows that from Adam and Eve's like lineage, the seed or their spirit, their soul, they are led to temptation. So we are all easily succumb to temptation. There's nobody that could say, you could say, oh, I wouldn't do it, but we all eat the fruit, all of us
Well, yeah,
take
wait. So
bites.
wasn't it both like Adam and Eve who they both ate
Yeah,
the
Adam,
fruit?
Eve took the bite. Well, it's just like information. Eve got the information. Adam took the information. They knew they were naked, all that kind of thing, and then it just went downhill from there. So that once they knew things, so today
Yeah,
man is
yeah.
the
Wait.
same
So why? Who the fuck cares? Like, why would you judge an entire group of people based on the actions of one person?
because it's your seed, it's your lineage. It's the same. You're gonna have the same kind of character. Like you would eat the fruit. Your children would eat the fruit. Your great
Do you
grandchildren would
think
eat the
that's
fruit.
true? Do you think that if your
Yeah,
parents were bad
all of
people, that
us.
means that you're doomed to be a bad person?
No, no. All it just means is that we surely die. If we didn't eat the fruit, we would have lived forever or lived, as long as God wanted us to.
Yeah, but this is just like another tracking failure. The question was just, do you think that if your parents are bad people, that means that you're going to be doomed to be a bad person as well?
No, not your parents, no. But the
Yes,
beginning of
cool.
creation,
So it
yes.
seems like lineage actually doesn't determine your character at all.
No, no, and it goes from Adam and Eve. That's where it starts from.
Yes, yeah, so it seems like lineage doesn't determine your character at all.
No, but it will show that we're all succumb to temptation. There's no
Sure,
one
but that's
good.
like you
There's not
think
one
so you
good.
think women succumb to temptation but men don't?
Yeah, men as well, because they listen. If they listen to women, yeah.
Do you think that men who don't listen to women don't succumb to temptation?
No, that can happen as well. That can happen. But when we were talking
So
about
then what's
women,
your
that's
so it seems like there's like literally no distinction for like what the trait is that determines that men should be like ruling over women or whatever.
no, no. The point was with Adam and Eve is that through one man we all fell into sin, and then through one man we can get out of sin through Jesus.
Okay, and why does that mean that like women deserve less? Or like don't deserve the right to
It's
choose what they want to do with their lives?
it's not. I mean, it's not a case of women deserving less. It's just a case of women and men just doing, their roles, what they do, what they're
That's
best at.
interesting. You think it's not women like deserving less. So do you think in your ideal society who would have more money, like men or women?
Well, it's not about who would have more money. The
No, just I
resources.
think it's like if women aren't working in your ideal society, then like who has all the money?
Well, like I just said, it's not about who has all the money
Well, yeah,
because the
yeah, but
money.
I'm just like you think that there's like more. Oh, that's I know this is a hard question. So if women are confined to the households, who has all the political power?
So look, the money would go to the woman and to the house.
No,
That's where the
oh
money would
no,
go.
but that's only if the man decides to give it to the woman.
No,
That's
but
not
that would be
necessarily
a good leader.
guaranteed.
That would be a
There's
good
like
leader,
lots of
man.
instances of like financial abuse.
Well, yeah, if people abuse what's meant to be a good family, you'll get that, and that's obviously because of Adam and Eve falling.
Yeah, yeah. So women are guaranteed nothing. in your system, they're guaranteed like
No, because
things
if there's
only through the
divorce, they
grace
get
of
the
like their
house.
husband, for example.
If there's a divorce, they get the house and things like that.
In
So
your ideal society, is this going to be true in your ideal society?
in the patriarchy, everyone is protected. So if a man cheats on his woman, she deserves to be compensated.
Yeah, but I think
Right.
that like she doesn't get anything unless she's like cheated
What?
on. So
No, she's in the
in
house
a good
already with
number
them.
of
If she's already
cases,
living with the man,
in
she
a
gets
good
everything.
number of cases, they're like women are going to have no economic power, no political power, no social power, whereas men in your ideal system are going to have all of these things.
No, but
So
again,
you can't
men.
say that women don't deserve less in your system when you are literally not giving them money or political power.
Yeah, but women here are not without. They get everything they want. They're not with it. In fact, they get it for
No,
doing
they
nothing.
don't.
You just said
Women who
in
are
the
extremely
ideal,
reliant on their husbands very often get abused.
in the ideal situation, and remember, all that abuse is because we foul the sin. That's why.
It's
But in the
because
ideal,
it's not because we found sin. It's because some people are assholes.
no,
They're
I said
terrible, and
fallen,
it's
like
because
we
they're
foul.
socialized to be that way because of our patriarchal structures. These things are not a result of sin. These things are a result of patriarchy.
Yeah, because again, like you can't have two drivers in the driving seat, right? You can't have two-headed monster like making a decision. Again, it's not even about control. It's just about having order.
Yeah,
Um,
maybe people could just like collaborate on decisions. Do you think it's impossible for two people to negotiate and come up with like a decision? That seems
no,
like the orderly,
they're,
you just like getting to express your needs and like make your needs known. That seems much more orderly.
no. I think women are happy to have the man, run the house, pay the bills, and the woman, she can just look after the family, look after the children, look after the house. I think a lot of women. The only reason, like feminism, will tell you no, we want to be independent. That's only the feminists, but traditional women, versus the modern woman, they have different.
I think women are capable of understanding their own desires and preferences. I think if someone wants to be a stay-at-home housewife, great for them. If they want to go and work, great for them. I think that they're going to be much more qualified than me or especially you are going to be to tell them what they want.
Yeah. Women just because obviously women feel oppressed, and they want to get out of this oppression. They think, well, I can do what a man can do. But if there was like an understanding, okay, so let's not oppress the women. They do have opportunities to do whatever they want to do. They usually resort back to, I just want a husband and stay at home. So when you do give them that freedom, because by the
Yeah,
time they
good
reach,
for them. So if that's what they want, then they're more than welcome to do that. But if they want something else, then they should be allowed to do the other thing.
no, but the problem is women have a clock. So if they want a family, they have a body clock. Men can, they can go up to 90, start a family. I know that's old, but I'm just exaggerating. But I'm just saying that women have a certain period of time. Um, so in that, so if they're in their 20s as a feminist, I don't want kids, I don't want a man, I don't need a man. They get to 30, they think, okay, this is not something that I really want to keep pushing. Where's the man? Where's my husband? I want to have a family.
Yeah, yeah. So this is like you
Fine.
might think this if you've been like watching like brain rot Andrew Tate red pill nonsense for the last like 2 years. But the fact of the matter is that if people so first of all, people can just decide that they don't want kids and they can see that through. But let's say they change their mind. They can just go and
Mm.
adopt kids. What's the deal? Like who cares?
Can I ask him a question, by the way?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
Sorry.
for it. Of
sure.
course. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can do whatever you want.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Gas, are you married?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does.
Yes. I'm married for 10 years.
Ah, because in another live you said you weren't married. That's very interesting.
Well, why are you
How come
asking me again?
how come it switched up all of a sudden when you said, I don't know, another live that you weren't married and now all of a sudden that you
Because I
were?
knew you
Are
asked
you
me.
lying about
I
being
knew
married
you
for the
asked me this
past 10
before.
years just
We're
to like
having a
make a point?
joke and a giggle. You've already asked me this, remember?
Yeah. That's why I'm asking you again, because I would like, I don't know, this crowd here to hear that. Why did you lie about being
I
married?
didn't. I didn't.
No, because the last time I asked you, you literally said you weren't married, and now you're saying that you were married for 10 years.
Yes.
What is it? You're either married or not married.
Okay, so
How
I'm
can it
not
be
married.
both?
I'm not married.
You're not married.
So you
Okay.
lied in front of all like 1.3 thousand of these people.
So why did you lie?
Okay, I am married.
Bro,
Wait,
what?
yeah, trust me, Gas, no one's gonna think you're a liar if you keep flipping your position.
It has no relevance to the argument.
It most definitely does, right?
It
The
does
reason
not.
as to why, no, the reason as to why I always ask this question is because men like you who come online and shame women all the time,
Mhm.
most of the time, y'all are not married. So my question is, if you think the modern woman, which again, the traditional, supposed traditional quote unquote woman is the one who raised the modern woman, right? But if you think that the modern woman is so horrible, my question is, there are a lot of pick-me's who support you. Why don't you pick each other instead of focusing on the
Well,
modern
this
woman
this
who?
is the thing though, because the man, as I said before, the man
Uh-huh.
we have until we're 90 years old. The woman, unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
has a short period to have
Mm-hmm.
children of her own and get that family right,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Larry,
So
thanks so much for the $6.66.
that
And sorry,
So
that's
Evan, thanks
so
so much
so
for the
why is it
donation. I
up to
appreciate it.
you? Why is it up to you? So if I were to choose never to have any children, why does that bother you?
because you say that now, but when you reach 35, 40,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to be
Mm-hmm.
like, you know what? Actually,
Mm-hmm.
I want to have a family. I want to have a
Mhm.
husband. I mean, you're
Mm-hmm.
just jumping on the bandwagon of
And
the
do you
feminist
think it's
moment.
possible that Athena can assess these risks and make this decision for herself?
Exactly.
Not if she's a fully grown, fully blown feminist. No, because she's not thinking right.
Oh,
Why do
so
you think?
like what part is she missing? Because she recognizes that if she like doesn't have kids now, that there's gonna come a time when she can like no longer have kids, and she recognizes
Yeah,
this. So
no,
like
right now,
what's the thing that's like that she's
well,
missing?
at the age she's at now, she feels like she's on top of the world. She feels like she's got a whole life, in front of her. She can do what she wants, like she can do whatever. That's how she's feeling about the world right now. But as she matures, she will mature. As she gets older, she'll start to realize like this argument of being a feminist isn't that important. What is important? Me, my family, and my partner. That's what she'll realize in the near future. That's what usually happens to feminists as they start out young, brave, bright, burn the bra, go women. They get older, their body clock starts to tick. They start to realize, well, I don't want to spend the rest of my life on my own. Whereas a man, he can be
Mm-hmm.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, up into his 90
Mm-hmm.
and start a family, right?
So why is that your problem?
Well, I just want to help out women and say, look,
How
Oh.
you've been
benevolent of
told a
you.
lie. I want to protect
Mm-hmm.
women, want to help women, and let them see that they've been told and sold a lie. That
So
they can hang around.
you basically, let's say, want to save me from myself, is what you're saying.
I want to save you from irrational, illogical decisions based on you thinking, if a man can do it, I can do it.
What makes you think I thought that? I think that though.
That's what most feminists are thinking. If a
I
man
don't
can
think
Yeah, but
do it,
anyone.
what
I can
makes
do
Wait,
it.
I don't think anyone thinks this.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what women say. Women say, if a man can do it, if a man can work in the army, I can work in the army. If he can be a fireman,
Yeah.
I can be a fireman. If he can be a policeman, I can be a policeman. If he can do this, I can do that.
Wait,
So
what's wrong
if
with
he,
that?
well, that's
Wait,
what men say.
what's wrong with, wait, what's wrong? Wait, do you think that women shouldn't be like in the military? Which
No,
for me,
if
L
if
military,
your
nobody should be
if
in the
your
military. But
mindset if your mindset is
uh-huh.
if your mindset is I'm only doing this because a man can do it, then no, you shouldn't do
Oh,
that, right?
I don't think that women generally like
Hmm.
center
Hmm.
men to the point where we kind of like, I don't know, make our decisions based on just like what men can do and can't do.
Yeah, and
So my question,
that's gonna be confusing to him because I think he probably centers women in every aspect of his life. So this is like just gonna be pure projection.
yeah,
On what?
I agree, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, like clearly you've put a lot of time into thinking and like directing like hatred towards women and like all the ways that you
How
think
is
that
this
they.
hatred towards women?
Yeah,
I love women.
it's just like this like weird like hyper condescending like well I just know better than you. I think that people are capable of assessing the risks that one day they will not be able to have kids. They're able to say, okay, if I don't have kids now, I probably never will. And then they can either like choose to start a family within that time period, or they can choose to not do that with the recognition that the consequence is going to be that they might not be able to get kids at all in the future. And of course,
Yeah,
even if that happens, they can always still adopt.
yeah, but there's a growing trend of that independent woman who was, you know, feminist in her 20s and early 30s, and now she's saying, well, I can't find a good man. I'm too old. It's too late. You know, women are finding a lot more difficult finding relationships
Do you
because
have
they're
any
being told,
do you have a source for that, or is it just going to be like pure conjecture?
oh, it's just videos, you know, you see on YouTube, women
Mm-hmm. So just
talking.
pure conjecture. Got
Well, it's
it.
just, I mean, it's just like I say, women, you see like a compilation of women saying, you know,
Yeah, like a compilation of women made by like red pill misogynists to forward an agenda and prove a point, to forward like a belief that they already hold. Yes, correct. Do you think that's a good
no,
source?
but it's true though, isn't it? If a woman,
No.
um, what is she supposed to do at 40?
Yeah, so they can assess these risks and make these decisions for themselves. They
No,
don't they
not
don't need they don't
usually.
need gas pressure, the flat earther coming in and dictating to them what they can and
Look,
can't
don't go
do.
down the flat Earth path. You can't debate me on it. You'll end up bringing up,
Yeah, that's
you know,
okay. That's like totally fine. Um, I'm not
yeah,
interested in like the flat Earth debate. I'm sure
that's
you've
good.
been embarrassed like ritually by people like Blitz and Parker on the flat
I
Earth
don't
debate,
think so. No, definitely not.
I know nothing about that. But what I am interested in is why you think that you know better.
It's not necessarily that I know better. It's what I'm seeing from woman who has reached that period in their life.
So what
So
about the women who don't reach that period and who are actually very confident in their decision? Do you think lesbians exist?
lesbians, yeah, they do exist.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So what about like a lesbian who doesn't want to have kids?
I think at some point, because she's a woman, it will cross her mind that she would have wanted it, you know, if it, you know, she would want kids. Absolutely, yeah. They will try
So
and do something to.
what about all the lesbians? I guess like women in general. What about all the women in general who don't have kids and go their entire lives not wanting kids
Yeah,
and then pass
those women,
away without any
yeah, yeah,
kids?
those women end up bitter. You know, they are angry against the world. They're angry at everybody.
That's
And
wait, so
yeah,
do you have any stats on that, or is this just more like conjecture?
I mean, again, no, I don't actually have any like, you know,
Is
paperwork.
there even like a single fact that backs up like any part of your worldview?
Again, I'm just listening to women, what they say online. So what happens? Women come online because no one's listening to them. So they come online and they start telling the world, look, I can't find the right guy. I should never have gone down this feminist path, you know, this independent woman path. I want to be someone. I want to be someone's wife. I want to be someone's mother. That's what I'm hearing. That's what's you know, like a trend. That's what's happening.
Top 10 things
Slow.
that never happened.
That's what they want, and if
Yeah,
they
so
start,
okay, there's going to be a double bind here. Either your anecdotes are reflective of a larger pattern, in which case you should be able to provide data for them, or
mm,
your anecdotes are not indicative of a larger pattern, in which case you need to shut the fuck up.
well, I didn't know we were going to go down this path, so I'm
Well,
not
it
really.
seems like you have like pronounced opinions on this topic. You have like very like strong opinions. You've seen lots of like YouTube videos and compilations or whatever,
Well, they just pop
and
up,
you have no statistics to back even like a single part of this up.
I mean, who would take these statistics? And it depends who's asking the question, right? I suppose if
You can
I
just like
actually
go
went
into
out.
academia and then like do these types of surveys. It's actually like really easy.
So look, the main thing is because I haven't. I don't hate women,
Wasn't
not at
there a
all.
recent like survey, or was it a study that was done that showed that single, childless, unmarried like women were the happiest demographic because they had absolutely nothing to hold them down, no kids or no partner or no household to hold them down?
Yeah, that's
I'm pretty
probably
sure that
just
was
for the.
that. I'm pretty sure that was a thing that I just recently read.
Yeah, that's probably just for that period. As these women mature,
Oh, they were,
and
or they were women of all ages actually. They had compared like single, unmarried, childless women to women of similar ages who were married, who had children. They found out that women who were married who had children actually were very unhappy, were more stressed. Because they had to deal with children, they had to deal with a household, they had to deal with having a job, or sometimes even no job, but just taking care of the household, taking care of the child, taking care of the partner was way too much stress for them. Therefore, they were, even health-wise, single, unmarried, parentless, childless women were better off. This is according to
yeah, that's
Paul
probably
Dolan,
just
I think.
that's
This
probably
was
just
according to
left
the
wing
University of
feminists.
London or something like that. Wait, let me look it up actually, because I read it ages ago.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. So no, go for it. Give your account of the study you haven't read.
no, I mean, I'm sure it's just some left wing, you know,
Oh dear.
feminists, something like
Yeah,
this. You
unfortunately,
know,
facts often do have a left-wing bias to them.
in this world, in this day and age, when it comes to things like this, citations, you've got to be very cautious and skeptical because things like there are a lot of bias these days, right?
No,
I would say so, yeah. So look, Ian, God,
no. Unfortunately, that's just
let's
not how academia works. Academics are constantly fighting with each other. If someone had the chance to take down another like well-respected like academic, they probably would. They'd publish like a refutation or whatever. Academics are vicious.
yeah, look, again, there's lies in the textbook, there's lies in your peer review papers. There was no actual
So
physical
do you
demonstrable.
think that like Andrea Dworkin and like Bell Hooks just sat down with, oh, I'm sorry, those are feminists, so you probably don't know that, but do you think that they just like sat down one day and just like typed out this study and were like, yeah, this one's really gonna like trick the public, like they just made up all the fucking numbers? Or
They're just out to brainwash people, Ian. That's what you got to
yeah,
understand.
but like do you think that they just like sat down and like made up the fucking numbers, like they just like sat down
There
at
are
like their
people out
typewriter?
there ready to brainwash people. Yes, yes, absolutely.
So you just think
That's
that
why.
like it's just like completely made up?
Yes, your
Quick
whole entire
question, gas
worldview is
pressure.
made up. Sorry,
Gas pressure. Quick question. Do you have a habit of sliding in feminists' DMs?
when they slide in mine.
Oh,
I don't
really?
know what you keep going on
So,
about. You can see the
are
things that she
there?
wrote to me
I'm just. Who's she? Explain that
all
one.
day, all day.
Who's they? Okay, I don't know who you're
Whoever
talking
you're
about. Can you
talking
please
about,
explain that,
Athena,
please? Can you please explain that one to
Wait,
me?
it,
Who are
it
you
changed to
talking about?
gender neutral.
they, she,
Oh,
whatever,
purr, we love an inclusive king. W. No, but gas pressure. Who's they?
whoever you're
Whoever.
on about.
Really? So there are no screenshots out there on the
And like I
internet
said,
showing you sliding in
you
the
only saw
DMs.
a small fraction of what they wrote,
What do you
which
know
was
what I saw?
well, so you
Why do
saw
you?
all of it.
Yeah, but who's they?
Whoever they are.
Wait, how can you say in the, like whoever they are, but in the
Oh,
same
I'm not
breath
playing
pretend
this
as if you know
game. Oh my
whose
gosh.
screenshots
Mature, look, grow
I
up. You
have?
see, this immaturity is one of the reasons
Mm,
why
Oh,
I
maybe
say these
if you
things.
grandstand more, no one will notice that you're getting blown the fuck out right now.
Well,
That you're
no,
about
it's
to be
very
like
immature.
exposed.
It's all about games, right? We're talking about real world
so
events here, and all you have time
Hmm
uh-huh.
for is little games.
I
So
think
you
it's
know
I
what
think it's
I
really
also
funny for you to
like?
talk about real world events when you're literally a flat earther.
Grow up.
But go on.
Do you know what I also think? Gas pressure. I
Yes.
personally also think that the beach can hold some interesting memories if I were to visit it one evening.
Okay. If you say so.
Oh,
So
yeah.
look,
Does that sound
anyway,
familiar, gas pressure?
look, if you want to have a private conversation, we can have
I'm
that, or
just I'm
you
just
can start a
asking you.
live up. You can
No, no.
start a live up
What
where we
I'm
can talk
wondering
about it.
is, no,
Hmm.
hold on. What I'm wondering is, right? So
Yeah.
again, this is why I asked that question initially. I don't understand your obsession with like these supposed modern women who you hate. Because if I hated somebody, I wouldn't be sliding in their
I've never
DMs,
said I've
right?
hated any woman. I love all women.
You
Want
love
the
all
best for
women.
them.
Oh.
Want to
Hmm.
protect all women.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just want to talk down
Absolutely.
to all women. You love all women.
It's not about talking down to women.
No, no, it
Okay?
is. It is
Oh,
like pretty
so uh-huh.
like one like A equals A. It is. Yeah.
It's not about
Is
talking
that
down to
is
women.
that
I've said
why is that
when women
why
say
is
things
that
like
is that why
I can do it because a man can do it, that's when it becomes a
is
problem.
that why you ask feminists that you don't necessarily like if they can take it all
I
down their
don't know why
throat?
you say I don't like them.
If they can take it all down their throat? Are those
Yeah,
questions you ask feminists usually?
yeah.
Feminists that you degrade on lives?
Like I said, I didn't say I didn't like anybody. I love
Oh,
everybody.
okay.
Okay,
I mean, I have the video here if you want me to show it. Gas
it's
pressure.
entirely up to you.
Mm, very interesting.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
But it's really not.
I think it is. I think it's like fascinating. I think it's like a look into like the psyche of the anti-feminist.
Well, it's not necessarily that I'm anti-feminist. It's just again, it's not
Come
helping their
on,
cause.
just like defend your positions with a bit of gusto.
Well, like I said, they're not helping themselves. They're not helping their position. I mean, yes, you
I
could.
think they know what they want a lot better than you know what they want.
Yeah, but we're not seeing that though. Like I said, we're seeing the rise of single motherhood, which is unfortunate. We're seeing, the rise of women with extremely high body counts, again, which is unfortunate.
Who the fuck cares? Literally, who cares?
All because they want to do what a man does.
Yeah, wait, literally, who cares?
Well, that's the point. Men do care
Why
about
wouldn't
these
you?
things.
You could at least like make some like plausible deniability. If you know these screenshots are out there, just like change your profile picture or something. This is like 101 level shit. Like, it's literally the same profile picture. This is crazy.
It's all in humor. It's all in
My question is again back to what I said. Why do
yes.
you care? First of all, second of all, why
Mhm.
don't you just pick traditional women instead of coming after modern women?
Again, I'm not coming after anybody. All I'm
By the
trying
way,
to
that Riz game is like it's like some negative Riz, little bro.
Right.
I'm just saying I've noticed like a constant pattern, right? Misogynistic men usually have like negative Riz, whereas people who are not misogynistic are usually like on their A game when it comes to that Riz. But
Like for example, what makes cum, fave position, etc.
Yes.
are you able to take all down your throat, for example? I'm sorry. This is actually crazy. Yeah,
It's immature.
maybe like gas pressure. I understand that you might be really frustrated that no woman would look at you, like no self-respecting woman would look at you twice. But maybe instead of like taking that frustration out and being misogynistic, maybe like just work on your Riz game. I bet if you
Yeah.
like worked on your Riz game and just worked on your personality, like it would actually work. And maybe if you didn't lie to people about being married sometimes, that would also maybe work, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you just gotta become like the Rizzler. Like you just gotta I don't know. Just like be normal is my advice.
Like I said, there's no animosity against woman. What we want is the best.
Oh no, that's why you switched to they them. That's crazy.
And what?
That's so crazy. That's so
What?
crazy. That's why you
What?
switched to they them pronouns. That's so crazy. Oh my god.
Why? I don't understand.
Oh god.
I'm not following.
Because the person you went after is non-binary. I like good for you. Like I totally get it. Yeah.
Aren't
Again,
you also, aren't you
what's the
literally
problem?
like transphobic?
No, not at
You
all.
are just like a whole ball of contradictions, aren't you?
No,
You're a
you have you.
transphobic, misogynistic, anti-feminist person who goes after trans feminists. That's actually crazy.
Right. It's immature, is what it is.
It's just ironic.
I don't know. I think what's immature is lying about being married for 10 years.
I mean, when you ask questions about myself, I mean, it's not important to the question, to the argument.
Yeah, maybe if you just like lie, then you can just like avoid the argument.
Yeah, but if I'm talking about women wanting to be like a man, me being married has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, we were just talking about like I think Athena was just like setting up for this.
Yeah, I've seen it before. It's no big deal.
Yeah, I don't know. You could like
What's
work
the
on your
concern?
risk game.
Well, you should have saw how I got to that point in the first place. Like I said, you saw hardly any of it. You should have seen what
Oh,
she
do
wrote.
you? Oh, do you think like the your riz is better at different points, or do
Well, I'm
you? If
saying
you
you
want to, I will give you the platform right now. If you wanted to share your like rizziest message with whoever, the one where you think it's like the banger of the century.
no, that was just that was messing around. That was a joke.
It's you,
Wasn't trying to come onto the person.
it, wait,
We've
uh,
debated many times.
wait. So when you said like what are things that make you come, favorite position for example, like can
Yes,
you take
because
it
she
all
was
down
like,
your throat? That was
yeah,
just a it was just a joke? You were just
yes,
doing like
because
a like a
it
little
was
goof, like a little
it was a
meme?
joke. Yeah,
Wait,
because
wait,
he was
hold on
like,
1 second. Let me clarify, right? And yes, why I asked you about if you're married or not was because of the screenshots. But anyways,
mm,
this is the level of riz that we're dealing with, right? Oof, like the gays and the gals, like oof, clutch onto your pearls, because this is gonna be really, really hot soon, right? But anyways, they say, also, I thought you hated sex workers, and I'm not cisgendered. I'm a big leftist, so like, question mark. And then Mr. Resler, oh my God, ugh, ovaries literally combusted after he said this. He said, none of that matter. None of that will matter when I'm deep inside. You won't even remember your name, yet alone which side you were on. What I'm saying is, none of that matters.
okay,
Was that one also a joke?
yeah, that was talking about the mind.
I was talking about the mind.
Yes,
I was talking about the mind. You were just having like a
yes,
you're just doing a little bit of philosophy of mind.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, what position did this person hold? Were they like a Cartesian dualist, or were they like a physicalist, or like what theory of the mind?
Yeah, that one was taken out of context.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I bet.
Easily explained. Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
what you
let's
think.
so easily
It's
explain
not.
it.
You guys have a dirty mind. That's what it is.
Are you fucking kidding?
You take things out of context.
What are you talking about?
It just shows your immaturity.
You think we have a dirty mind? Have you
Yes.
seen did you hear the message?
Deep inside means what to you?
Deep inside?
Exactly. Exactly. You have a dirty mind.
Okay, wait, I'm so
Grow up.
sorry. Wait,
Come
hold on.
Grow up,
on.
Wait,
children.
hold on. Okay, gas. Wait, hold on. I'm just a woman, right? So like my woman brains cannot understand this particular message. So can you please use your big manly brain to like translate this for me?
Okay, let's have a look.
Tell me what else you like. Like, for example, what makes you come? Fave position, etc. Are you able to take all down your throat, for example? Can you explain
Okay.
that one to me, please?
Yeah, favorite position on debates. And I'm sure I was referring to fruits, taking it all down at once. Or it might have been a beer. We have beer, you can take it all down at once. What else was there?
Hmm.
So taking it all down
Interesting.
your throat is drinking beer all at once. What else? Your
Oh, I
position,
thought, wait,
your position on debates, and what
is
else did
it
you
beer
say?
now? I thought it was fruit. You just said.
I just had to remember which we were talking, the context. Yeah.
Oh, so the context was fruit first and then now beer all
No,
of
no,
a
no,
sudden.
no. I'm saying that to remember which conversation I had. So down the throat was beer. Can you take it all down your throat?
Mm-hmm.
Your position, obviously the
Mm-hmm.
debate that she talks about. What's your position, your
Mm-hmm.
favorite position on the debate topic?
Mm-hmm.
Again, you wouldn't know all this because there was a lot more to the messaging,
Mm-hmm.
a lot more context.
Mm-hmm. So when you also say I haven't
Mhm.
been there when you're talking about the beach.
I haven't
Maybe
been
the
there.
beach can hold some interesting memories if we were to visit there one
What does that
evening.
mean to you?
What does
What does
that
that
mean to you? No, just what does that mean to you?
First
Nope,
of all, what is
that
a
wasn't the
problem?
right one.
Why am I explaining it if it's no problem? What do you see as the problem?
No, I'm asking you a simple question. What does that mean to you? Because at the end of the day, I'm just a
You're the
woman,
one that's
right?
making a deal about it. You're saying there's
No,
something wrong.
I'm just a woman, right?
Yeah, so as a woman, explain to me what the issue is with that.
Yeah, I'm just literally a woman. I just want to understand what you meant by that because I don't understand the context.
So if you go to a beach, you can have
Uh-huh.
memories. What did you think it meant?
Okay. Interesting. So within
Grow
the
up. You need
context,
to grow up.
okay. So like the whole context of the conversation is y'all just like going to the beach and kikiing and you
But
being
what
deep
did you
inside
think it
their
was? What
mind
did you
and then
honestly
them
think it
like
was about?
deep throating beer. That's like
What did
the
you think it
context
was
of it
about?
all.
Well, what did you think it was about?
I'm gonna expose myself a little bit. Sounded like sexting to me.
Well, that's it. There you go. You've got a dirty mind.
Yeah,
You have a
yeah,
rude.
definitely.
Definitely, if that's what you think.
Why are you doing that? Like, wow.
I've explained to you what it means.
Maybe if you just never admit it, no one's gonna know. People are just
You
gonna be
took
confused. They won't know what to make of these
you
screenshots.
took things out of
They'll have no
context and
idea
you
what you
were wrong.
meant.
You took it out of context and you were wrong.
You think? Wait,
Absolutely, there
do you
was
think
nothing
even
sexual
one
in that
single person,
whatsoever.
do you think even one single person in this entire live thinks that we're taking it out of context?
Well, I'm the one that wrote it, right? So I know what I meant by it.
Literally no one's gonna buy it.
Yeah. Can I
It doesn't
just
matter if
say
you buy it or not.
yeah,
It's about I'm
can I
giving you my
just
explanation of
yeah.
that. You're taking it out of context.
Can I just say, like, gas pressure, you're such a good person, right? You take care of women
Yeah,
so well, or like people
yeah,
in general. You
yeah,
just try to make sure that that person like ate right and stayed hydrated
yeah,
as well.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
W gas pressure.
Yeah,
You're
can
very
you
good.
yeah.
take like the necessary amount of water that you need to survive every day down your throat? Because if you
Yeah.
do not do that, you will die from dehydration.
No, because here in England we say down in one, down in one. It's a thing. Drinking beer and that. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
so
sure.
mature.
Yeah,
Grow
I'm
up,
sure
people.
that's like a really you're bouncing between like a lot of topics.
Grow up, people. It's just simple vernacular.
Yeah,
You've
it's like
taken it out of
typically
context.
when I have like a conversation with someone, and I like send a message, the message doesn't continue. Well, like what was the first part? Like, what's your? We don't go from like debate positions to, or we don't go from like coming to wherever you whatever fuck like thing that nobody believes,
Yeah,
to debate
you've got
positions
wide
to
eyes.
like drinking beers. It's just like a lot of things over. It's
You
like
took it out of
three
context. Nothing
things.
sexual in there at all.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, put it up again. There's nothing sexual in there.
Wait, just so you know, you're going to super hell.
Well,
Like
no,
if
you would go to.
you're engaging in like premarital like sexual deviant thoughts and now you're lying about it. You can't even take
You don't know how
accountability.
it works anyway,
You're
so you
going to
wouldn't know how it
super
works.
hell, buddy.
You don't know
If you're
how
right,
heaven and hell works. You
if
have
you're
no idea
right,
how it
I'll see you
works.
there.
You
Yeah,
have no idea
that's like
how
a good
heaven and
idea.
hell works.
Let's do like a poll. We'll just do like a quick poll. Or no, we'll do
Look, there's a lot of dirty minds about. Okay, that's what's happened to this generation. Has been
Wait,
corrupted.
so when you're saying what position makes you come, are you talking about debate position? Like what debate position is like
Yes,
so
yeah.
sexy?
What debate position will
Okay.
make you come and attend to the debate? Context, girl, context.
Don't call me girl. I'm not a girl. But okay. Okay.
I'm not a girl, not yet a woman. Yeah. But anyway, context, people,
Uh
context. Once you get the context, it makes perfect sense, right?
yeah.
I know you thought you had something, but that's nothing. You should have seen what she actually wrote to me. Really mature.
Why are
Oh,
you
god
dragging
damn
Britney Spears into this?
it.
Leave Leave Brittany
Right.
alone.
I
Yeah,
thought
leave
you were
Brittany,
singing.
free Brittany. She doesn't
I
want to
thought you were
be,
singing.
she doesn't want to be a word in your mouth. She doesn't want her songs referenced by you.
I thought you were singing. My bad.
Who's the singer?
I thought you said I'm not a girl. I thought you were about to say not yet a woman.
Okay, interesting. I think that like the almost 1K people here kind of I don't know. Do y'all believe gas pressure?
Yeah, we started a
I mean,
poll.
again,
If you think gas pressure is telling the truth, you should go ahead and select the me. If you think that those messages were not sexts, then go ahead and press
there was
me.
nothing in
If you
there
think
that
those
was
messages
sexual
were
at all.
sexts, if you think that there might have been some sexual intent behind any one of those obviously sexual messages,
There was not one word that was sexual in those messages, right? Come, you don't spell it like that. I spell it the normal way to come here. So
bro,
again,
this poll is brutal. Jesus.
well, again, there's a lot of dirty minds out there, right?
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you're one of them, buddy.
Well, not me. You just haven't got the wrong context. It's not my fault.
For the new people here, gas pressure is saying that there is nothing sexual
Absolutely zero.
about this text. Yeah. These are the
I'm not.
texts.
92% of people aren't fucking buying it.
Okay, so none of that matters. When
Nothing
I'm deep inside
sexual
your
about these
brain, you won't
texts.
remember because I'll be so tuned into what I'm saying. You're gonna forget everything. Nothing here. And that slam dunk is a festival, so that's no big deal, right? So there's nothing here.
Slammed what now?
Slam dunk is a festival.
This slam dunk looks
It's a
pretty cool.
festival, name
Okay.
of a festival.
Okay.
So it's just normal talk, no big deal. Deep
So when
inside
you're
your
deep
mind,
inside the festival.
no, just deep inside your mind, okay? Because when we talk about philosophy, when we talk about deep subjects, there's a lot of subjects. So when we talk about those subjects, we'll get deep into them. You won't remember who you are. Nothing sexual about this whatsoever.
Okay.
You guys have a dirty mind.
Okay, so my verdict is you're kind of low-key obsessed with like the supposed modern woman who you go around degrading on a regular basis on every live. Because if that
fine.
weren't the case, you could have just picked the traditional woman, or unless no traditional woman wants to pick you.
I wasn't trying to pick anyone. There was nothing here sexual whatsoever on my heart.
Of course. Tyler, thanks so much for the $20. Yeah, I can give Athena half of this definitely. Over at her PayPal, Shaquille Oatmeal.
I think kind of like we've all seen enough, in my opinion. But anyway.
You tried, but like I said, there's
Yeah,
nothing
but if you
there.
think this was anything other than a public execution, then you gotta watch the replay.
You did try.
Yeah. Wait, I have a genuine and sincere question for you. Do you actually think you look good right now?
I think I've defended my case sufficiently. Yeah, I think so.
Do
Yeah.
you think anyone bought your defense of your case? Do you think anyone was convinced? Anyone who doesn't have like Bible verses and like the fucking earth is flat
I
in
think
their
if you don't have
bio?
you're talking about the messages you're talking about, or the arguments.
Yeah, like
before.
do you think anyone bought like any of your explanations for the messages?
Yeah, I think if people
You
don't
think they
have that dirty
did?
mind, if they don't have
And
that
are
dirty
you
mind,
doing like a little troll? You doing like a little goof or?
I'm saying that if you don't have a dirty mind, if you have a dirty mind, you will think that. And that's a
Of
product
course.
of the propaganda and the system that we live in
Yeah,
today.
yeah, and like the liberal ninnies, self-interested liberal ninnies are
Women
ruining my
want to have
dating
a high body
life.
count, doing what the men do. It's gone haywire, right? So yes, a lot more people have this dirty mind, and you just got the wrong context.
Do you like? Can I just like give you like? I honestly feel bad. I feel, like. Do you want like debate advice on how you should handle this in the future?
I mean, look, all advice is good advice, but
Yeah.
I think I'm
So
good.
perhaps like you should just own it and you should say like, yeah, it is Riz. I get a little rizzy with it. It's like cringy, but so are most like sexual DMs.
Oh, absolutely. If that was the case, then we have no problem saying that. But there was nothing in there that was sexual.
Because the problem is when you run the line that you just ran, that you've been running this entire time, everyone just thinks that you're a liar.
Well, I can't control the way people think. I can only tell you how the event unfolded.
Yeah, but like maybe perhaps you should have like an interest in like debating
Yeah, but
such
again, I can
that
only tell you what went down and how it went down. If you take it into a different context, that's it. I can't stop that, right? That's your choice. I'm not forcing anyone to believe or not believe or whatever. I'm explaining. You asked me what's this all about? I've told you what it's all about. Nothing rude here. It's all about in the mind.
gas
Drinking
pressure. Wait,
beer,
I have
standing
a
on.
question for you, gas pressure.
Sure.
Would you ever allow me to be deep inside of you?
In my mind,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's like, would you mind saying the sentence that like, Ian, you can be deep inside of me?
in my mind.
Yeah, yeah. Could you just like say that like word for word?
Would I say that?
Yeah, like could you? Would you mind?
But I don't think I would. I mean, it's not necessary. I don't think you've got that far. No.
I'm
Well, yeah,
so
no, but
sorry.
we could talk about like philosophy of language, philosophy of mind. Do you know the difference between like semantic internalism or externalism? Like I'd be happy
You want to
to
get deep inside.
penetrate and give you every inch of my knowledge.
Exactly. Now, some people might see that as a sexual thing.
Yeah, some
right?
people might see that as a sexual. That when I release my load, when I
Oh my
intellectually
gosh. Wow.
jizz inside of you. Yeah.
Oh
That's
wow.
sexual talk,
Oh,
Ian.
oh
That's
Yeah.
different. I
dear.
didn't
Wait,
say
no, it's not.
anything like that.
I said metaphorical,
Oh
intellectual.
wow.
But
It's
you
not.
said
There's nothing.
actual
Wait.
words.
Some people just have like a sexual mind.
You just said actual words that are sexual. I said nothing.
Yeah,
of
and
the
I
sort.
said intellectual, but I specified that they're. I'm sorry. That was not intended to be sexual. Although I understand how my word choice might have led one to believe that it is sexual.
Yeah,
But
but you used
would
words
you
that was sexual.
if there was like a topic that I'm knowledgeable about, would you let me penetrate deep
Oh
inside of you and give you
dear.
every inch and every ounce of my knowledge?
Oh dear. For free? That's crazy.
Right. You see, now some people might take that as sexual, right?
Yeah, but we know that it's not sexual. Yeah.
Exactly, right? That's my point. It depends
Yeah.
on the context and what's going on. And immature girls will take that and run with that
Why
and say,
girls? What?
Oh wait, that's actually a very good question. Somebody in the comments, like, and I want to ask this, has like gas pressure, have you also like swallowed a lot of the information and knowledge that you get from like books and stuff like that? Have you like swallowed a lot of it whole?
I've ate
Uh-huh.
and ate up knowledge. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, what's the problem?
Yeah, okay.
And again, people might take what you've just said as sexual. You see? Some people with a dirty mind, but I know you're talking about knowledge. It's contextual. And only the mature will understand what's going on. If you're
Lisa,
immature,
thanks so
you'll be
much for the
like,
galaxy. W Lisa. Yeah.
immaturity. You've got to grow up, really.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Wait, so have you ever been pegged before?
No.
Oh, so no one's ever like seen you and been like, yeah, no one's ever like understood you. They've like no one's ever like had you pegged?
No.
Okay. You must be like very enigmatic then.
I just found out what that is as well, by the way. I didn't know what that was.
Do you think God allows pegging in heaven?
No.
Why not?
It's an abomination. An abomination.
In what way?
Because it's a place that is unclean.
Not necessarily. Not if you
Yes,
clean
it
it first.
is.
If
It's
you wait, so
unclean.
is it unclean if you clean it first?
You can't clean up there. It's always unclean.
Wait, so okay,
Always.
but that seems like it would just seems like the conclusion is just that everything is unclean.
No. Up there is smelly. It smells bad for a reason.
Not necessarily.
It's pongy. The stuff that comes out there is pongy. It smells bad, and you need to spray.
Well, yeah,
things.
but you could just like clean up before, and then it's like fine.
You can't clean up there. It's forever a rubbish tip.
I don't think that's true. I'm
It's forever a rubbish
this
tip.
this
It's
motherfucker has
dirty,
clearly
it's
never
garbage.
done prep for it.
It doesn't matter what you do, it will always be an unclean, unsanitary area. Always unsanitary area.
I don't think that's
That's why it's
true.
an abomination. Yeah, that's why.
Sir,
Right?
that
That's why.
sounds
That's
like
why.
a
That's why when
medical
you go to the
condition.
loo,
Not gonna
when you go
lie.
to the loo, you have to wash your hands
Mhm.
because it's unsanitary area. Right?
Mhm.
So that's
Wait,
why.
but so do you think that anything is like unsanitary in heaven?
No, everything is clean and perfect in heaven. Yeah,
Oh yeah?
absolutely, sure. Why not?
So that area would be clean in heaven?
No, because you're going to be a spirit if you went to
Oh.
heaven.
Well, can I
There's like a heaven on earth
so
and
oh
like
so
heaven on earth.
it's just gonna be like a physical
You
imitation.
don't eat
Could
food when you're
could
in.
I get
You don't
like
eat
could I
food.
get like spiritually pegged?
No.
Oh, so okay, but if the Holy Spirit wanted to peg me, does it have the power to do so?
I mean, this is a nonsense. This
Well,
is
yeah, I just
foolishness.
want to know, like, if the Holy Spirit wanted to peg me, could it do so? Does it have
It
the
wouldn't.
power to do so?
It wouldn't want to do that.
But if it did want to do that,
It could do anything it
as
wanted, but it wouldn't
as
want to.
many before have,
It
could
could do
it? Does it
anything
have the
it
power
wants.
to do that?
It has the power to do anything it wants, but
Yeah,
it wouldn't.
cool. So clearly, just the fact that you're a spirit does not mean that you cannot get pegged.
Yeah, because you don't have a member if you're a spirit.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop the Holy Spirit from pegging me.
Well, how would the spirit and the material mix?
Oh, but I asked you if the Holy Spirit could peg you if it wanted to, and you said yeah.
Yeah, if it came down to Earth and got a human body.
No, but like in heaven could the Holy Spirit
No,
peg you?
because there's no human bodies there.
Oh, so it sounds like the Holy Spirit is not all powerful.
No, it's just that there's no human bodies there to do it.
Yeah, so it sounds like the Holy Spirit is not all powerful.
No, that's
So
just
in
nonsense.
order to be all powerful, you need to have the power to do everything. If the Holy Spirit does not have the power to peg you in heaven, then the Holy Spirit is not all powerful.
Yeah, it doesn't have the power to do illogical things.
Okay, yeah. So it sounds like the Holy Spirit is not all powerful.
Yeah, if it's illogical, he's set rules out that he's told himself, I will not break illogical things. So yeah, if you want to say he's not all powerful in that sense, that's fine. But yeah.
Great. God's not all powerful. God disproven. I'm glad we arrived at
No, I
this
said if
conclusion
you want to
together.
say that, but I wouldn't see it like that. I would say
Yeah.
that he just has certain rules and logics that he chooses not to break and chooses to fulfill those logics until the end.
Could I get like pegged in heaven or in hell?
Why on earth would you want to get pegged?
It feels, listen, buddy.
Yeah,
It's
why
a
don't
it's
you-
a it's
why
it's
don't
it's
you,
a it's a
uh,
phenomenological experience. If
why don't
you
you
if
be-
you haven't had that experience, I totally understand.
Yeah, but why don't you
like
resist?
words simply will not do it justice.
Why don't you resist those temptations?
Because why the fuck would I?
Because you should resist those temptations.
Yeah, I asked you why. So this is just
they're
a
not
circular
good for you.
argument. So I
It's not
should resist
healthy
those
for you.
temptations
It's not
because I
healthy.
should resist those temptations.
It's not healthy for you.
Why is it? What part of it is unhealthy?
Well, you could get something.
From a fucking strap on?
Oh, I don't know. Is that what it is?
Yeah. It's just like when the girl wears like the strap on, or like typically it's a girl wears the strap on and like hits it from behind. Yo,
Yeah,
shout out to all the motherfuckers on who are watching this conversation from TT Live Poster. This is crazy.
I mean, this is
Yeah. Yeah, so like what's the problem?
yeah, because it's not. I'm going to get banned if I carry on with this discussion.
You can just like say the F slur if you want. I'll say it with you.
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying,
Okay.
I don't want to. If you say too much about this subject, then people don't like it.
I think you think this is the part that people don't like.
It will be if I continue. Yes, it certainly will be. If you think what I say about women is bad, I mean, my ideas on those things possibly could be 10 times worse.
I hope not.
But again, we want love for everybody. We want the best for everybody. Things like that. We care. We want to see everyone grow, thrive, and survive.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you need to give the disclaimer that you couldn't possibly say it because of like how hateful it is.
It's not.
But
hate.
you love everybody. You just think that they're like.
It's not, yeah, it's not, it's just the action. It's not the person, right? So the sin versus the sinner, you see, there's a difference. We don't like the sin, but we love the
Mm-hmm.
sinner, you see? And like I said,
No, I
we're educated
don't.
on how to recognize intelligence. Your body, yourself, if you look under a microscope, you'll see that there are many mechanisms and systems
You
keeping.
do. You seem to be doing a lot of sinning in the DMs, though. Am I right? Am I right, chat? Haha, let's go.
Well, even if they
Haha.
were, which they're not, I can repent for that. Okay, I will get
Mm-hmm.
forgiveness if that's what. If you guys take it as that's sexual, that's up to you. But even if it was, I could repent, even though it has nothing to do with sexual activity at all.
Wait, could I get pegged and then repent?
If it depends on your heart, if you're purposely doing these things, then God will know. God knows. That's the expression, right? God knows. You can't tell me. I don't know if you're being honest or not. But if God will know if Ian is being truthful about wanting to repent after doing these abominations.
Oh,
See?
but if I'm like genuine, then I can get pegged and then like
If
just
you're
repent.
genuine, yeah, God will know if
Mm-hmm.
you were genuine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
If genuine, God loves the genuine,
Mm-hmm.
and people following His
Yeah.
commandments.
Wait.
And things like that.
I guess I have a question. So you think God's omniscient, so he just like knows all true propositions? Is that correct?
God knows everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So does Jesus the Son know what it's like to be double stuffed by the Father and the Holy Spirit?
He may know that experience. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why is that funny? You're so immature, Ian. It's unbelievable. Come on, you've got to grow up.
No, I'm sorry. I do need to grow up.
Oh
Yeah.
dear. Oh,
Come
oh
on,
wow.
guys.
Oh dear.
Seriously, we're in a supposedly intellectual discussion,
Mm-hmm.
and you've been cornered with the intelligence side, recognizing intelligence, right?
Mm-hmm.
You haven't
This
had
is
that. And
this
usually
is
it's about the why this.
uh-huh.
Go ahead. Is it Athena? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say this is very intellectual. It's just some like intellectual riz activity. I don't know. Just
Yeah, I'm feeling very penetrated myself right now.
See? And it
Yeah.
depends on how people take your words out of
Yeah, of
context.
course.
They can say, "Oh, Ian was talking sexually." And you would be like, "No, I was just explaining something, right?" You see?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. I think both me and chat have a much better understanding and experience now that this has been further clarified.
But
Yeah,
you
definitely.
mentioned Parker earlier on. Yeah, I've hammered Parker with this argument about how do
I'm
you
I'm
recognize
sure I'm sure
intelligence.
you hammered Parker. Yeah.
Yeah, I hammered Parker on this
Hmm.
subject. Absolutely
Did you
smashed him
and
down.
did you like penetrate like deeply?
I got deep into his mind, definitely. He was
Yeah. Yep.
stuttering,
Of
he was
course.
stammering, he was stuck. I've been back and forth with Parker a good few times, and yeah, he's stuck. He can't answer. He's backed in a corner.
Hmm.
The same thing like you are. You have to go into other things because,
Yeah,
again,
yeah. No, I bet you would make me feel so hammered that I would I'd be so lost I wouldn't even know what side of the firmament I'm on. Am I right? That's a
yeah.
flat earther joke for
I
all the
think
Wait,
I
people in the
on
showed
audience.
live?
you.
Hey,
That's
up
I
top.
think
crazy.
I,
Oh,
I
per
think I
on
showed
live and for
you what's
free?
what.
That's
Yeah, I think I
crazy.
showed you what's what. You, like I said,
Mm,
usually you get people coming on and saying, "Well, why does God do this? Why does God
Uh-huh.
allow this?" And then you kind of get them with that kind of angle. But the recognizing intelligence, you explained it yourself, and
you already lost this debate like 45 minutes ago.
oh my goodness,
Like you
that
can't
can't be.
just like pivot back to this.
No, because you've already answered it. Yeah, we don't have to go back to it. I'm saying that I hammered you
Hey,
on that
thanks so
point.
much, Imp. Shout out Imp. Oh, Athena, people in the Discord, just want you to know that they love you deeply.
It's a rare L for you,
Hmm.
Ian. You see?
Do you think this was an L for me?
I think so. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I said, now you'll think about how to recognize intelligence. How do we
Oh,
know this was random, or how
oh,
do we
will
know
I?
this was purpose?
Do you really think that you're gonna go back to this conversation after all that just happened? Like
Again, like I
you
said,
can't just pivot back to the God debate, my dude. It doesn't work like that.
no, I'm just wrapping up. I mean, where are we going to
Okay.
go? Yeah, like I said, we've gone
I
around.
sure hope you wrap it up, gas
Yeah.
You
pressure.
see,
Yeah, yeah.
everything
Otherwise, you
you
might get something. Yeah.
You see,
Exactly.
everything I say, people take out of context. You see, I have that problem,
Oh
right?
no, I was literally talking about this conversation and nothing else. Why do you
Yeah,
have such a dirty mind, gas pressure?
some might say, wrap it
Hey,
up.
why
You
do you
know,
have such a dirty mind, gas pressure? I was literally talking about this conversation. Where
there
did
you
your
go.
mind go to?
There you go. There you go. You see, you get it now, right?
Why are you taking
So
everything out of
unless
context?
you see
Calm down.
actual sexual words, just take it as, oh, what's the context behind that?
Yeah, I said exactly. I just said that you just have to like wrap it up. That's it. Like it's important to always wrap
Yeah.
it up. You
Absolutely.
always have to like protect your like intellect, right? And like your ideologies as well and your
Yeah.
thoughts when you are penetrating deep in other people's minds as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you always have
Yeah,
to
of
like
No
wrap
one
it
course.
use
up.
the word penetrate. No one use the word penetrate. Again, you're making that up,
No, wait,
making it
wait.
more.
Excuse me. Penetration is like, hold on. We got to pull up like a definition of
But I never
penetration.
said that.
Exactly.
Athena's adding that. She's adding it to make it more sexual. You see?
I
There is nothing sexual about intellectual penetration.
exactly.
All right. So
Yeah,
no one
so
said that.
penetration as defined by Oxford Languages is just the action or process of making a way through or into something.
Exactly.
You have intellectually penetrated us, and it's left
Exactly.
me, quite frankly, breathless.
There you go. Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
left me
Exactly.
very like it's left me breathless as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay then. So I think unless you're confused on God, any more questions about God? Um,
I don't think I think I just gotta restart the stream. I can't even lie.
okay. Good idea.
Mhm.
Thanks for having me on. Been a great
Yeah,
show. We can talk again
yeah,
another time.
yep,
Catch you later,
definitely.
Athena. Bye bye.
Yep, yeah. Try not to slip and fall into any like feminists DMs.
Can we have another poll?
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
The same poll or which one?
Who no. The poll in question now is who thinks A, Ian has like the ultimate like W Riz on steroids, and two, who thinks gas has gas pressure Riz game is good. I already think I know who's gonna win, but anyways,
Yeah, I also think it's gas. That's who I'd put my money on.
please.
Yeah, right. Pulls up. Yeah, let's
Why
see.
can't I see? Oh, there it is.
Yeah. No, it's. I mean, it's got to be gas, but you know, we'll see.
Please. Nah, Ian had some people questioning their like life decisions in this fight. But anyways,
Yeah. No, I'm sure gas has like a busy schedule of going and like finding feminists to like slide into the DMs of.
who's the Riddler is crazy. Your poll
Yeah.
says Riddler.
Oh, it
Not
says
Rizzler.
Riddler? God fucking bro, autocorrect is gonna be like the death of me. That's not I mean everyone knows. Yeah.
You
Bro,
should also you should also like
who's the Riddler? What's the secret identity of the Riddler?
exactly. But also you should like bring out your own merch.
I
It should be
should.
so like
I
double
should.
stuffed by the Holy Spirit and God or like
Yeah, maybe it should just be like a graphic tee. You know, they say a picture tells 1,000 words.
okay, anyways, I'm gonna drop since you're
Yep,
going
yep,
to
yep. Back to the God debates.
yeah.
Yeah, this one was a lot of fun. Hey, if you're enjoying the debates, make sure you drop a follow so you never miss a debate in the future. It was like a grand old time. If you want to join the community, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'm very active in there. It's a great place. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy, really whatever you want to talk about. Make sure you're sharing the live with your friends, dropping a comment as well. As we get back to the God debates, Cash App and Venmo are in the bio. I appreciate all the gifts and donations. If it says that the link is broken, you just need to access it via like a web browser. So you go to tiktok.com and go to allegedly.ian, that's my account name. And then from there, you should be able to access it. And with that, we will go to the next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Hello, K. You there? K. K6. Okay. Okay. 6. Huh? 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 Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Oh, good.
Yeah. Do you think God is real?
No, but I have quick thing about your Discord.
Oh yeah. What's up?
Um, I couldn't figure out how to do it through the browser, so what I did, I just copied the link directly into Discord. Like when you go to find a group, you just hit paste link, and then it brings you directly into it. Because for some reason, even through going through the browser, it was making me like update the app and just going to the app store instead. So I had to go directly through the app to paste the link. So just for you to let everybody know.
Yeah, yeah. This is like super useful information. Yeah, I'm not sure. I wish I knew how to get it work, but I'll tell people that they can just like copy and paste it into the Discord app itself.
Yeah, basically, if you go to, let's see, if you go to the very bottom, or like add a, or no, explore, or add a server, let's see. Wait, how did I do it? Actually, I think I did it through the app. But there should be like a plus icon in the app where you just paste link, and then that's where you would enter it, and then it'll let you into it'll have the invite link sent.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There should be like something at the bottom that says like add a server, and then
Yeah,
there's
I
like
don't want to go into my app right now because
yeah,
it'll
yeah.
close the live thing. But
Oh
like,
yeah,
if you
yeah.
go to the
I'll
app, I'll tell you to do it.
I'll just I can like demonstrate this for anyone who's like curious. So down here, oop, don't look at those. So down here we have this, but there's like this add a server, and then have an invite already, join, and then you can
Yeah,
just like
there you go.
post
Yeah,
it
right there. That'd
right
be the
there.
best way to do it.
Yep. That's like super easy to do, but just like copy and paste it and do it like that.
All right, cool. I'm gonna drop down.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks for coming up. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
thanks.
But again, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Gets it out into more people. Let's get to 120K likes, and with that, we'll go to the next guest. But yeah, just like don't stop double tapping that that live. Discord's a great place though. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy. Really, whatever you want to talk about is what we tend to talk about. It's just like a pretty good place. I think you'd enjoy it. I know I do. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good, how's it going?
Doing good, doing good. Do you have
Alright.
something new for me?
Yeah, so when we last debated, you brought up the topic of if there were diseases, then if everything that God does is good, then why are diseases?
Yeah.
So that like left me thinking for a bit, and then I think I came to a pretty logical answer that I just wanted to share with you.
Yeah, yeah. Let's hear it.
So God needs people like he needs ways to to like get people back up to him in heaven, Like not everyone can just die of old age. And I just think it's a different way to get people up to heaven. And I put some thought into it when you said when I said the topic of man-made diseases, people were like saying like that's impossible, like there's no way. And then you brought up the Black Plague before like that stuff was even a thing like to be possible. So I did research on the Black Plague, and that was brought from mice.
Yes, yeah. Well, what diseases are, like that's the scientific explanation for what diseases are, is essentially that like we have lots of bacteria inside of us. Bacteria are really good actually. Like the bacteria that's inside of you is necessary for your survival. We live and die based on our bacteria, which is why like if you take antibiotics, for example, it's really important that you eat like yogurt to get the correct like microbiome back in, because bacteria is like super beneficial. The problem comes when bacteria that's beneficial to you, or like beneficial to mice in this instance, arrives at a host that is not a mouse. That this is not necessarily helpful, and in many cases is like deeply harmful to have this bacteria in, because the Black Plague bacteria thinks that they're in like a mouse. That's not true though. They're not. And it's going to interact with us in ways that for the Black Plague take our lives. So, yeah, like it came from mouse. All, or like most plagues, most like viruses, or not viruses, but like most plagues are going to come from bacteria that traveled from a separate animal.
Yeah. 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 Of course. So then, technically, I mean, God does make everything, but technically, those diseases were brought from animals, not God. Like, God
Yeah,
doesn't.
but who made the diseases in the first place for the animals?
I mean, yeah, I know it had to be God, but then again, God needed ways to get people back up to heaven with him.
Thanks so much for the gifts, Imp. I appreciate it. Whoa, Imp is going crazy. Thanks, I appreciate it. So the problem with this theodicy is just going to be, what about all of like the atheist, or like all the atheists or the Muslims who die from diseases? What about them?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so you know, like atheists also die of diseases.
Yeah.
Do they go to heaven?
No, but I don't believe that. I believe in the three different stages: the terrestrial, terrestrial, and celestial, in which none of them are like as badly described as hell. The lowest kingdom, the telestial, is like still a beautiful place. It's described as the most beautiful place on earth. So then, theoretically, the atheists wouldn't go to a bad place. They'd go to a still beautiful place because God has a lot of love for them.
Okay.
But
Wait, so if I don't need like fire insurance, then like what's the point? Why would I care?
sorry, say that again.
So if I'm not worried about hell, then like why do I care?
Then
Because like to be clear, I think that this is like super sweet, right? Like it would be really cool if God loved us so much that he like still wanted us to be happy despite the fact that I'm an atheist. So he sent me to like this beautiful place where I can just like hang out with all the other atheists. I don't, like that sounds good to me.
yeah,
So I guess I'll just keep being an atheist. Yeah, an atheist.
I mean that's not exactly what he wants you to do because then again, there's gonna be other people you love that could go to a higher degree up there, and then it's you want to aim for the highest degree because that's like the best place to be for eternity. Because if you think about it, if for eternity, like the rest of existence, okay, just forever, you're stuck down there. Like you could still get bored of it, and then the celestial kingdom, it's just a very beautiful place where in the Bible it describes that any man would end his life if he saw the terrestrial kingdom, which is the second highest degree, just to go there.
Oh, but that's cool. But like all my friends are atheists, so all my friends are going to the lowest one. I think I'd like to go to there with them. That would seem to make sense to me.
Who's to say that they won't change?
Oh, I mean, if all my friends converted to Christianity, then I guess I'd have to readdress this. But as things stand right now, all of my friends are atheist, or like the like majority of my friends are atheists.
Yeah. Okay, so I see where you're coming from in that type of argument. So, I mean, I think, my personal opinion, if you are atheist, but you mean good, you like have a good like soul, you have a good heart, I still think it's possible to go to the terrestrial kingdom. I think people like Hitler are meant for the telestial. So I think you're a good person. I think you mean good. I respect what you do here. So I don't think that's really meant for you. You know?
Maybe, but if it's like, you know, like it would suck to be like hanging out with Hitler for all of eternity. But insofar as like all the atheists go here and all my friends are atheists, I just don't know. I don't know why I would want to go to a place that's like full of Christians. I don't know very many Christians, if like any.
Yeah. But then
It's
again,
like either way. So
it
just based on these options, it seems like I do want to go to the place with all the atheists. If it's like not like a hellish place. Wait, are you Mormon?
yes.
Oh,
Yes.
cool. Yeah, sorry, I just got like some intel. I got like a random text. Yeah. No, but that's cool. Like that's like a really nice like afterlife idea. Um, the problem is, so if atheism is true, then I want to be an atheist, and if your worldview is true, I also want to be an atheist.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, again, we all have our free will, so that's totally fine. But if you do go to celestial, then it is described that you can go visit the terrestrial and telestial. So even then, if you do convert, it's like a win-win because you go to celestial, and then you still get to visit like the your friends or family who maybe didn't make it, and that type of stuff. But if you do go to a lower kingdom, you can't go up. If
Oh
that makes
yeah,
sense.
I actually think this puts you in a really bad place. So it sounds like all of the people, all the Christians, because I can't go to them. However, they can come to me. So it seems like I'm still going to be able to see them.
I mean, yeah, but that's if they choose to.
Yeah.
I mean, if
I mean,
you
like I wouldn't want to like make them see me if they don't want to see me. Like,
okay, you know that's totally fine. Like if you want to be an atheist for the rest of your life, it's totally fine. It's your free will.
hmm.
I mean, if you're right, then maybe I did this for like no reason, but because then again, it's like impossible like to like have like 100% proof for both ways, you know?
Yeah, although I do think that there's like strong evidence that Christianity is not true. For example, like your account of diseases, uh, you're essentially saying, even though you didn't use these words, you're saying that like diseases are good because like everything God does is good, and like your central claim is that God does diseases to like bring people up to heaven. That's fine. Um, I'm sure you would agree that if God does something, then it's good because God is all good. This means that you would have to conclude that you think like diseases are good, which to me is like on face absurd. But that's fine.
I mean, right now at this type in this moment of time, you know, the earth is the most like isn't the most prettiest place. There's a lot of evil that goes on, there's a lot of bad that goes on. And I think that once like people don't want to die, but like once people do die and they
Mhm.
see the gloriness of heaven, then they might not want to go back. And they'll be waiting for their family to come back to them. So then,
Yeah, yeah, but this like still like ultimately the conclusion is that diseases are good.
I mean,
And
they're not a good thing to happen. Like, yeah, it sucks that people get diseases, but in the end, it means good. So like
mm,
the final ending is good, even if the purpose is even like if when it happens is not good.
yeah, yeah, you're essentially just saying that diseases, all things considered, are good. That if you look at the big picture, diseases are good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like to me, I think that that's like an absurd conclusion to reach. I think that diseases are bad, but I also think that this account struggles to account for something like the immune system, for example. If God uses diseases to bring us up to heaven, why would he give us an immune system to resist diseases?
I mean, okay, so yeah, we all have immune systems to resist diseases because sometimes, like, let's say, like, a family member gets a disease and then you you be in contact with them, you're meant to get it, you're not meant to get the disease, then he gave you immune system to fight it if you're not meant to get it.
But isn't he the one who gave it to us in the first place?
I mean, yeah, he gave the disease to us, but he can't help if one of us comes in contact to get the disease. So then we can help fight it.
Couldn't he just like make it such that it only affects these like specific individuals?
No, because that contradicts the purpose of diseases. You just can't come and interfere.
How?
Well, he just can't come interfere with what happens because
Mm.
that just doesn't make sense.
So you think that God can't interfere with human affairs?
No,
Okay. Do you think prayer is useless?
no, prayer is very good.
But if God's not going to intervene, if he's not going to intervene, then like, what's the point?
I mean, he's not gonna come down and like stop stuff, you know, but like he can help. He can help you. He can give you answers.
Yeah. So if your kid is like being taken by cancer, and you're like, please God, do not let my kid be taken by cancer. Do you think that this prayer is useless? That like since God's not going to interfere with human affairs?
I mean, maybe you do bring up a good point. Maybe I said that without realize the consequence
Yeah,
of it,
it's
but
just like another thing to think about, right? Like I think it's cool that you went and like thought about this conversation and came back with like a theodicy or like an explanation for why these things happen. You should keep doing that, like genuinely. Um, yeah.
I mean, obviously, like I'm not a debater. I have a full-time job. Like,
No, yeah, no. And I'm not saying that like sarcastically like at all. Like I actually do think that it's cool that you um I like the what we're engaging in right now is the dialectic that we um through negation we arrive at like a new affirmation that you put forward a thesis uh like the last time we debated, I gave the antithesis related to like diseases, and now your synthesis is to like come back with a reason related to diseases, which I'm or like about like why diseases exist at all, which I'm giving another negation to, and you'll come back with like a new synthesis, which will be like the new thesis, if that
yeah,
makes sense.
I see what you're
It's like the evolution of the argument. I really enjoy that.
yeah, no. And I have a lot of respect for what you do. I think you're like I think I look up to you as a genius, because
Oh, don't say that. I'm flattered.
I'm like wow, like a lot of like what to come up with. Like obviously you're a genius,
Oh,
but
don't. Oh God, no. This is too much glazing. You don't. No.
I'm just showing my respect. But
Yeah, no, that's I know I appreciate. That's like very kind of you to say. I don't take
Uh,
compliments very well.
what is another contradiction that you see in God?
Um, this one might be a little bit hard to understand, but I think you seem to be with it, so I think I can bring you through with this one. So, do you think God has free will, that he can like make choices?
Yeah,
And do you think that God knows all things?
I mean, yeah, he's all knowing.
So, and does God know like what choices he's going to make?
Probably not.
You don't think God, that seems like it would contradict his property of being all knowing. If there's like, presumably, I also think that that puts you in like a really weird spot. So, let's say that we're at like a time before God, has created the universe, but he knows everything that's going to happen in the future. So he knows that the universe gets created, and he knows that he's like the only person who could create the universe. So presumably he would just be able to deduce from those two pieces of information that like certainly he's going to create the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
it seems like at least in this scenario that God does know what he's going to do in the future.
yeah, I know. So I see what you're saying. I've seen you bring up this point in live before because I've tuned into a lot of your lives. You say, if God knows his plan, then technically he doesn't have free will because he's kind of forced to do it because that's what you planned.
Yep. Yep. Essentially.
So then I think that what my thought process was when you said that was it was still God's decision to make that choice, and he's gonna follow up with it. Like, so let's say he made his plan for like 10 years and prior, he made that choice, and presumably he doesn't have to follow up with it. He can maybe change it, like because you can change up a plan, like God's plan. He can change up his plan, and that's his free will.
Yeah, yeah. So I would just ask you, before God changes up his plan, did he know that he was going to change his mind?
No,
Interesting. But then at that point, that sounds like he's not all knowing.
I mean, yeah, I see where you're coming from, but at the same time, who's to say that he knows the future?
This is the just like the belief that's held by like most Christians that God knows all things, include like past, present, and future.
Okay.
And it's like fine, like you should create your own theology. Like lots of parts of Christianity make no fucking sense. And you shouldn't adopt like the dominant position because it also makes no fucking sense. I know you're a Mormon, so you reject the Trinity, which is great. The Trinity makes no sense. Like it's it is correct. It's like the correct view to reject things like the Trinity. And it like it could even be the correct view to reject things like God's like being able to like omnisciently see into the future. Although I do think that puts you in like weird places with like specific Bible verses.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Which I don't I believe in the King James Version Bible, so there's some like people who like go on different versions of the Bible that us LDS people that we don't agree with. That makes sense. So
Oh, wait 1 second. Garrett, thanks so much for the $10 on Venmo. W Garrett in the comment section. I appreciate the hell out of it. That's like extremely kind of you. If anyone else wants to donate, my Venmo is allegedly dash Ian, and my Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Nothing in between it. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I was saying that there's some different religions that like who are in Christianity who go on a different version of the Bible, and I believe in the King James Version of the Bible because I'm LDS. So then there is some different contradictions that you could make from different versions of the Bible, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, but like, so the story is going to be the same, right? That one thing that happens that takes place in like every gospel, um, there's an interaction between Jesus and Peter where uh, Peter, Jesus tells Peter, Peter, you're going to deny knowing me 3 times. And then this is like right before Jesus is about to get crucified, and there's like a lot of heat on Jesus and his disciples. So he's like, Peter, you will deny me 3 times. You're like, the guards are going to be like, aren't you Peter, Jesus's disciple? And you're going to say no. You're going to reject them 3 times. So it seems like in this instance, Jesus had omniscient knowledge of what was going to happen in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it seems like God probably does like I think it's like hard to reject the idea that God knows what's going to happen in the future.
Okay. All right, and that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And then I got to go soon because I got to go back into work. But
Yeah, definitely.
give me one more contradiction so that I can like do research on it, and then
Yeah, let me think because those are my big two. I think that there's like a problem. I don't think that this is a particularly strong contradiction. Um, but the third one that I typically run, if I run a third one at all, is the Trinity. But if you're a Mormon, that's not a problem for you.
oh yeah.
Yeah. But the last one that I can run on you that I like read in a book, I guess, is do you think that so you think that God knows all things, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that God's knowledge ever changes?
Never thought about the question before, but I think that everyone learns, so I'd say that his knowledge does change.
Okay. I guess that like gets you out of the contradiction, although again, it's just gonna run into a problem with the um I suppose that makes sense, but do you think that perfection like do you think God is perfect?
Um, I do believe that Jesus is perfect, but
Yeah.
I have no evidence that goes to say that God's perfect.
I think it says in the Bible that God is perfect.
Which
That it I could probably find the verse if you wanted,
no,
but
I believe you, but
yeah. And perfection of course is just like the property of being flawless. So, do you think that perfection can change?
no,
Yeah. So if God is perfect and perfection cannot change, then can God change?
that would be no.
Yeah. So if God cannot change, can God's knowledge change?
No.
Okay. Does God know what time it is right now?
Yes.
Okay. And did he know what time it is a moment before?
Yeah.
Okay. So it seems like his knowledge is changing then because well, 1 minute ago he knew that it was 12:37 Mountain Time, and right now he knows that it's 12:38 Mountain Time. So it seems like his knowledge changed. That it went from he knew that right now it is 12:37, and then his knowledge updated to like right now it's like 12:38.
Okay, so I could see the contradiction in that, but at the same time, you could argue that his knowledge did not change because he understands the concept of time and he understands what time it would be at the exact moment. So then,
Yeah. No,
it
and
did not.
I agree with that. The problem is I just think that like knowledge necessarily changes, which contradicts with the ability for God's knowledge to be unchanging. Hey, Anata, thanks so much for the team bracelets. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't think that this is a very strong contradiction. I don't think it's like very convincing. I don't think anyone's ever going to change their mind over like does God know what time it is, but
yeah,
it's like something to think about.
definitely,
It
most
it might
definitely.
lead you down the path of thinking about like God's relation to time. Most Christians and like many theists think that God exists outside of time, that might be like a good place for you to start in like searching for like answers to the time one. There's like if you're interested in the problem of evil, there's like a lot of good theodicies like or like explanations for evil. It's probably one of like the most debated topics in religion is like the problem of evil. I have never heard a good response to the contradiction between God being omniscient and having free will. I think perhaps the best response is to just say that God doesn't have free will, which is I think that puts you in an unfortunate place.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And then I also did have one more thing to say before I go.
Yeah. Oh wait, 1 second. Someone cash out to me.
Good.
Kaylee, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W Kaylee in the comment section. And if anyone else wants to Venmo me or Cash App me, my Venmo is allegedly -Ian and my Cash App is allegedly Ian with nothing in between it. I appreciate it. W666 in the comments. I'm sorry. Wait, what was the last thing you had? Or
So, in like the music industry and stuff, what I've noticed is the most mocked religion is Christianity, and they continue to always mock it. So why would they mock? Why would they mock a religion that's not real?
Thanks so much for the hats and mustaches. I appreciate it. So the reason that the people probably mock it, in this country specifically, most liberal countries are like very Christianized, or at least many are. The reason that they mock it is because in like liberal countries we have, or I mean like liberal in like a general sense, not like liberal and conservative, but like liberalism as in like have like free choice or whatever.
Yeah.
That we have like freedom of speech, and that because these countries have a lot of freedom of speech, people are going to use their free speech to oppose this type of like institution. A lot of people have a lot of religious trauma. They think that religion is like very harmful towards society. And you know, that's not unfounded. Religion does do a lot of very harmful things. It causes a lot of wars, it causes a lot of suffering, and it causes like a lot of hatred and like persecution of specific groups of people.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that makes sense. So I got to go, but that was the gas guy. He was delusional.
Yeah, no, that dude was crazy. That dude was so crazy.
Those
Yeah.
those are type of people that like I don't.
Anna, wait, I'm so sorry. Anna, oh God, I can't say last names. Anna, thanks so much for the $20 on Cash App. Damn, that was rocky. Thank you so much, Anna. I appreciate that like extremely, extremely deeply. Huge W, Anna, in the comment section. I appreciate that tremendously. Again, my Venmo is allegedly -Ian if you're feeling generous and want to donate, and my Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I would appreciate any and all donations. Thank you so, so much. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
But those are the people like I don't appreciate because they make people like us who believe in God. They make us look bad.
No, I agree. That dude was like, I think that you, like people like you, people who are like willing to admit, when you don't know something, or that like you can't like wrap your head around something, that you're like willing to be like very humble about it. I think that you make Christians look like good and approachable, as opposed to people like the last guy who is like literally like a flat earther, like crazy, like misogynist, like I don't know, like from top to bottom. That conversation was just crazy, like in every way that it could have been crazy. Yeah, definitely.
And then when he said the planets aren't real, like that already contradicted his own religion because it says in the Bible that there are 9 planets. Which I don't know what went on about that. That was crazy.
Yeah. Wait, that's interesting. I didn't know that. It says that there's 9 planets.
Yeah, it's I can't remember the exact chapter, but it talks about the planets and stuff and like the solar system when God created it. Or it was in the Book of Mormon. I can't exactly remember, but I'll
Interesting.
look for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, keep on doing what you're doing. I think you're doing like a great job, and I'm excited to hear what you come up with next for responses to like any of this or
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Well, I gotta go, but appreciate you, in. See you.
Yeah, I
Bro.
appreciate you too. Yeah, have fun at work. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, huge W guest. That person's great, but make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 140K likes. Share it with your friends. Leave a handful of likes as well. You can like the live as many times as you want. Consider joining the Discord. There's a link to the Discord in my bio. I would absolutely love to see you there. It's a great place to talk about politics, religion, philosophy, really whatever you want to talk about. I've been told that the link doesn't work or that the link could be broken. So you might need to join it via a web browser, or you might need to copy and paste the link from my bio into the like a web browser, or not a web browser, but into like just the Discord app in order to get it working at all in the first place. And with that, we will go to the next guest.
What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? How you doing? How old are you?
I'm 32.
And do you think God is real?
Yeah, I think he's real. I don't think I can prove it to you because we can't really prove anything. I just think the evidence of Jesus Christ is it's overwhelming.
That he existed, I agree. Like
Well,
the
even
evidence that
even
Jesus existed.
even I would say even the resurrection.
No, I don't think the evidence for that. Could you cite me a source that isn't the Bible that says that Jesus resurrected? That's like from the same time period.
I would say, why would Matthew, Luke, John, Peter, why would they willingly die for something they've seen?
So could you provide me a source that isn't the Bible that says that that happened?
That the Bible is the historical evidence and the 500 witnesses.
So let me just like get clear on your
Hold on, I
arguments.
do want to say one thing from the one dude that's Mormon because I live in Utah. Bro, the Mormons believe that if you're black, if you live a righteous life, you'll become white when you die. Like, I'm like, bro, if you think the other guy, it's called the curse of Cain. You can look that up.
That's like completely fucking crazy.
And not to mention,
Wait one second.
it,
Let me
what's the other one?
wait. Is Charsky? Are you here? If Charsky's in this live, is this real?
Yeah, look up the curse of Cain. Look up curse of Cain. That's a Mormon belief.
Yeah.
Oh, not to mention, when I was Mormon back in the day, we weren't allowed to drink Coke products, or like not we weren't allowed to have caffeine like any type of soda. Then the Mormons now, you can look this up, they own like one of the biggest shares in Coke, and then they said they had a prophecy, and then now you can drink it. And I'm like, oh,
No,
cool.
that's completely crazy. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I think someone Venmoed me. Crow, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate the absolute hell out of it. W Crow in the comment section. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Again, if you want to support me financially, if you want to support these streams, my Venmo is allegedly -Ian, and my Cash App is allegedly Ian. Nothing in between. I appreciate all of the gifts. You are all so generous. I'm thinking about adding like a wish list so people could just like buy me stuff directly, and adding like a PayPal for the folks who are outside of the States. But yeah. I'm
So
sorry.
yeah,
So we were talking about.
So here's the thing, man. I used to be atheist. I used to believe like when you died, because I had like an agnostic thought, like the belief system, but then I was more atheist. But the more like I read into the prophecies, or not the prophecies, but the gospels from Peter, Luke, Matthew, and John, uh, it just became more and more evident. And not to mention the thing that like you said, you want more of a historical text.
Well,
That
yeah, wait.
that's
So I just want to be clear about the argument, like just a little bit. So
Go
you're
ahead.
saying that the historical text is the Bible that we know. So your argument is essentially that the Bible is true because Jesus resurrected, and we know that that's true because the disciples would not have died for a lie, and we know that that actually happened because the Bible is true. So we start with the Bible is true, and then we work our way down the because chain, and we end back at the stage of the Bible is true. Do you see how like we just went in like a big circle?
Yeah.
So it's a circular argument, is the contention.
With
So
the
wait,
Bible.
I'll put this like another way. Your argument is essentially just that the Bible is true because the Bible is true. This would be like if I said that the Bible isn't true because the Bible isn't true.
I think that if you go and read those gospels and like if you think that they're lying, then you think they're lying. Then Jesus is obviously a phony. But if you believe he's telling the truth, and not to mention like just all the historical tablets that you can go see in museums, it's just overwhelming. I think America in itself is like, I think we used to have believe in God and now it's just died down. But if you go to other countries, and here's the thing, I think that most Christians don't even know like what's true or what's not. I think most of them, I think they give it even a bad rep because of how judgy they are, or just how they live their lives, and it's all in fraud. And
Yeah, that's maybe true, but there's like a couple things to think about. So
I
um,
would say this though.
wait,
Can I
I
say
just have
this?
like I have like two contentions with the Gospels,
All right, go ahead.
and it's like kind of it's like overlapping contentions. So the Gospels were written anonymously. We have no idea who wrote the Gospels, and we know specifically that like certain Gospels just could not be. Jonathan, thank you so much for the $30. Wait, did you request or did you? Well, Jonathan sent me $30 to say that Jesus loves me. Jonathan, I love you. Thank you for the $30. I do genuinely really appreciate it. Regardless, W Jonathan in the comment section, I appreciate the hell out of it. If you want to support me, as many already have, and I appreciate like all the donations. My Venmo is allegedly dash Ian, and my Cash App is allegedly Ian, no spaces, or and like with nothing in between. Um, uh, Okay. Wait. So the second problem is that we know that certain of like some of the gospels, specific gospels, were written like prohibitively long after that. Like Luke was written between 80 years after the death of Jesus to 120 years after the death of Jesus. That this was there's literally no way that this was written by Luke.
And some of the, I know what you're saying. In some of the chapters, I think when you really, really read it, even in Peter's, it does show that Peter wrote that because there's some of the writings in there, like it shows like
Justin, thanks so much for the $30 on
basically like
Venmo. Wait,
I.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I
No, you're
really
good.
am,
You're
but I
good. I
do
get it.
need to
You gotta shout the
yeah.
gifters, bro. At the end of the
Yeah.
day,
Justin,
but
thanks so much for the $30 on Venmo. The message on this one was atheists love you. That's really funny. W troll. Again, W Justin in the comment section. Again, the Venmo is going to be allegedly dash Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian with no spaces and nothing in between. W Justin, I appreciate the hell out of it. I'm. Oh, wait. Hello. Am I here?
yeah, you're froze though.
Oh, what the God damn it. Son of a God. Wait, so I'm gonna uh close the app down really quick. Can I trust you to not like get the live taken down in like the 30 seconds when I'm gone?
Bro, I'm not a troll.
Okay. Oop, yep, I'm back. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So you were just saying that so the last point that I made was that Luke couldn't have been written by Luke. So what was your response to that?
Why couldn't Luke be written by Luke?
Because it was written 80 to 120 years after the fact. This is when it's like dated to have been written.
What? Then he died.
Yeah, yeah, 80 to 120 years after the death of Jesus. So
Eighty.
unless you think that Luke was like I don't know, like 120 years old at the time he
Well, I
wrote
mean, if
it.
he was 80, that's 80. You know, because you
Yeah,
said
well
80
wait,
years.
but Luke wasn't 0 years old at the time of the events of Jesus. I'm not sure how old Luke was, maybe like 30s, 40s. So
Yeah,
your lowest estimate for when he wrote it was like
I don't
at
know.
a
I don't.
minimum he would be like
Maybe they can't
100 years
exactly
old.
carbon date exactly when that was written. I don't even know if I believe in carbon dating exactly to the exact year. I know they give it like that little leeway of 80 to 100 and whatever the hell. But if it's 80, man, it could have been 50, it could have been 40. I will say this though, because a lot of your arguments are like, why does God cause death? Why does God cause earthquakes, diseases?
Yep.
I think to us, death is the worst thing that can happen. But according to God, that's not the worst thing that can happen. That's basically the start of life is when you die. So to our brains, it's terrible. Like for instance, like if our like kid gets sick and dies, it's like, well, why the hell did he do this? Well, in God's eyes, that's automatic heaven. Like you're, especially if you're a baby, right? Um,
So from God's perspective, is like the death of babies good?
yeah, yeah, it would be good because I mean, you're think about it. If you're going to paradise, if your child, Would you rather your child go to paradise, or would you rather your child have to live on earth and go through suffering?
Well, I don't know. I think that like that's just like the reductio, right? I mean, like given those choices, I would obviously want my baby to go to heaven, but this just seems to be like a reason why. Let's say I acknowledge this and I know that like all babies go to heaven. Could you give me the like moral issue with like running around and like killing babies?
That's the thing, man. Is like you literally get a better. You go to a better place. Like
So
why would you
do you think
want
that like
that?
killing babies is like good or
I think we all have to remember that. I think we have to remember this. God is so much more. He's so much more smarter than us. He knows way more than us. Every little thing that we think that we know, and like how that we think about things is just way different than him. So like even using the word moral and all that, and like even the thoughts of it to him, it's gonna be completely different. Like I said, that I guess that would be moral if you get to end up in paradise. Like if you
so
automatically go to paradise
I just want to be clear. So you're saying that
for
like
all of
go wait, so
eternity.
you think that the killing of like babies and children is good?
I think I'm not saying like in that sense like, oh, we should go around doing this.
Well,
That's
if it's
not
if
what
it's
I'm
a good
saying.
thing, then like why shouldn't we?
I'm saying if you do believe in it and your child was to RIP, I'm saying if your child was to RIP, right? You could look at it as in like most people do, like, oh, no, they're in a better place now. They're in a better place now. Like even with an earthquake or something that takes out a lot of people, that could be to that
Hmm.
that could be basically all the people that are not living that righteous life, or not even righteous life, but not even believing. It's just God taking a step back
Hmm.
even and just letting us figure it out.
So
And
so do you think it was good when like the Nazis killed like Jewish children in the Holocaust?
I'm not gonna sit here and say it's good, but did they end up in a better place?
Well, would you be willing to say that it was bad?
Yes, for our human brains,
But
yes,
so
because
from God's perspective, was the Nazis like killing children in the Holocaust good?
no, absolutely not. But they end up in a better spot. It's still not like a good thing. And like God knowing all, like that's another one that people talk about. Like he does not, like when God knows all, it's not like he writes it down and it's like, okay, today you're going to do this. It doesn't surprise him when things happen. It's like he more just knows.
Hmm.
Like but like when people are like he knows also, for instance, when the if you were to go back to the concentration camps and like they killed the kids and all that, he didn't write that down and say this is
Yeah,
going
I'm
to
not saying that he
happen.
did. I'm just
No,
asking if he thinks that
I
it's like a
know, I
good
know.
thing.
So
Yeah.
with that being said, what I'm trying to say is, in our human eyes, right? I guess with a kid dying, did God like that? No, but God knows that his like the pain and suffering is over, and now he's going to
Yeah,
paradise,
yeah. So does
and
God think
that
that
is a
that's
benefit.
good? Like the question is just like, does God think that that's good?
Does God think that's good? I would say no, that's really evil, but God's given them a good place to go after.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a would it be moral for me if I knew that someone was going to grow up and so I have like a baby in front of me and somehow, some way, I know with perfect certainty, 100% certainty that this kid is going to grow up to be an atheist? Would it be moral to kill them?
No, it wouldn't, because now you're using your free will to end somebody's life.
Yeah,
Like,
but
and not to
wouldn't it send
mention,
them to wouldn't that
I
like
just
spare
don't.
them from like an eternity in hell?
No, because that's that to me. So you would kill the baby if you
Yeah.
was an atheist. I just don't think that's even an argument, because that would never happen, because you know that you would be going to a bad place.
Yeah, but I'm trying like hypothetically, like wouldn't it be good to so if I could just like go around and know exactly which kids are not going to be Christian, um like that are going to go up and like go to hell essentially. If I had the knowledge of like every single kid who was going to grow up and go to hell, would it be moral to kill them as babies to make sure that they go to heaven?
No, you still have to you still have to let them live. Like
Wait,
just
wait, but
because.
so like let's just like weigh the suffering. So if I don't kill them, they're going to suffer infinitely. And if
Well,
I do kill them, they're
we
going to
don't
spend
know.
eternity in bliss.
We don't
Ansel, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. W Ansel in the comment section. I really appreciate it.
we don't know if they were gonna grow up to be atheists. How
Yeah,
would
but
you
I'm
know
saying
that?
like in this hypothetical, I'm asking like if I know with perfect certainty every single kid who's going to be an atheist and like thus will go to hell.
In this hypothetical, would
Yeah.
it be okay?
Yeah. Would it be like good even?
No, no. I would say still no.
Why not? Insofar as like if I don't do it, they're gonna suffer forever, like infinite suffering. And if I do it, like all it took was like one
Okay,
dead
okay,
child, and
wait.
they get
Then
to go straight to heaven,
so
where they just get to
in this
like drool around with their
hypothetical,
friends.
hold on. In this hypothetical, if you kill the baby, right? Then it's guaranteed he goes to paradise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then fuck it. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Well, that's just the reductio, right? That like if you know the kid is going to go to like paradise but would otherwise go to hell, then you're saying that there's like some situations where like killing babies is good.
If that's the guaranteed cause that they guaranteed go to heaven and live in paradise, because I mean, what we spend 70 years on Earth compared to all of eternity, so it's like the time difference is just like 70 years for all of eternity is like 1 second maybe.
Okay,
Like
I mean
we live a
that's
long
fine.
life here.
I mean
But
I don't have anything more on that argument. I think that that's just like on face like psychotic.
I mean, not really.
I don't know. I think I'll let chat be the or
If
like
your
all the
baby
people
was sick,
watching be the
if your baby was sick, would you give it medicine to make it feel better?
yeah. I would never kill my baby.
Yeah, I'm not saying I would either, but you're saying the hypothetical, right? The
Yeah.
hypothetical, like if it's guaranteed, like 120% that
Yeah.
they'll go to heaven. But and here's the thing though. I'm not saying I would do it because I know that where that would put me.
Yeah, yeah,
And
like pragmatically, but like
I don't and I don't believe most people don't have that morally in them to even do that. That's why I said the hypothetically, yes, but is that right? No, the hypothetically is just a hypothetically. Nobody's
yeah, yeah,
doing
but
that.
like hypothetically, you think that there's like some situations where like killing a baby whose crime is like growing up to be an atheist is good.
Uh, I don't know, man. It's a tough question because it's like
Hmm.
in this scenario where it's like guaranteed, but nobody's still doing that because the dude that's killing is not he's not actually going to do that because like where that would put him in a bad spot.
Yeah, but like what if he repented and like genuinely repented?
That's not how it works. I don't think that's how it would work, bro. I think I think that you'd be playing God's work like that, and like that's not gonna be forgiven because you're like, you know what? I'm gonna do your work and I'm gonna kill people, which is a sin, which is a contradiction from what you want.
Yeah, oh, oops. But like
So, so
let's
you're
say
doing a
someone like felt very
contradiction.
adamant about that.
It's just not ever gonna happen. I think what I was getting at though is like if a baby dies, it's terrible. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but
Yeah.
if you do have an automatic sentence to paradise, then that's a beautiful thing. That's an amazing thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I just don't have anything more to add. I think like the argument is self-evident, but what's do you have like anything else for me or should I move on to the next guest?
I'm trying to think of something else that was said before. Oh, so as an atheist, right? You believe that life came from nothing, which is that's pretty much. What do you think? How do
No.
you think life started?
So I think life started via a process. The leading hypothesis is abiogenesis, essentially that life came about through the formation of protocells that, however many like millions of years ago, the conditions on the earth were exactly perfect for the formation of a specific type of like cellular and protocellular life that we went from, or it went from like atoms to organic compounds to organelles to proto cells and then to cells. That we didn't come from nothing, we came from atoms, and we are still atoms.
Okay, so explain love to me. How do we love?
So I think love is just going to be like like an experiential thing in the same way that like looking at blue is going to be an experiential thing. I think that what creates this experience, what causes it to arise, is um, I guess like just the sensation of the release of like certain neurochemical transmitters like oxytocin and serotonin related to like a deep bond or connection to like a person or a thing.
I think that love is what God gave us, and it's we still don't know how like that even works or the conscious works. Like how can you
Kind of,
how,
but
kind of, but not really. How can you explain that? Like what makes it so you don't go out? Like what gives humans value, bro? Because atheists, according to atheists, like people really don't have an innate value,
an innate
right?
value, that's correct, but I
Yeah.
adopt like a Nietzschean view, for example. So I think that we can create our own value, that the like we happen to exist and we hope to explain it, and we hope to create meaning for ourselves. You can go out and find meaning and value in many aspects of life as an atheist. You can like we give ourselves value. We can experience things as being valuable and then declare them to be valuable at all in the first place. We have the ability, like for me, I find a lot of value in like doing like this type of debates or in these types of debates and studying philosophy, in just like reading up on things that I find to be like genuinely interesting and like extremely appealing to me. No, I don't know. I think that we give ourselves value.
I would say that that comes from something else. Especially like the conscious and like our soul. It's pretty crazy, especially when we can't explain that. It's like
Oh,
I
I don't believe in a soul.
I don't know how I don't know how you don't in a way. Like that
What do
doesn't make
you, so
sense
what
to
do you
me.
mean by soul?
I think like our conscious would be our soul.
Oh,
Like
so if
it's
you
like
just mean conscious, so I believe in consciousness, but I think consciousness emerges from like physical interactions that happen at like
yeah,
a
see that's what you
base level.
think though, like right? So you're just throwing out theories. You think that,
Yeah, but
but
you
we
are
don't do
also
we
throwing out
I
theories.
get that. And I get that, but I just think that at that and like I said, there's no we can never prove anything. There's just evidence for certain things, right? So
Yeah,
like
I think there's like an
obviously that I just think that for us to not, for instance, like to look at my neighbor, unless you're a complete sociopath, right, where you just don't have the feeling of guilt or remorse, the ones that don't have that mental disorder, most of us don't want to harm our neighbor or just even, you know what I mean, shit like that. And that's because we have an innate value on humans, whether we like it or not. Like you wouldn't go across the street and just start beating your neighbor up for no reason. That's
Yes,
because you
yes,
put
yeah.
that's because you put an innate value on him.
Yes, yeah, that's a really good point. So
Why
when it
do
comes to,
animals don't do that though?
yes, they do. Yeah, animals absolutely do that. Like, if you look to like elephants, for example, elephants travel in herds. They're not like going around and like beating the fuck out of each other because that wouldn't be very good for the herd. Um, there's like complex social structures which are in some animals decided via violence, but they're not like constantly doing violence to each other because that's not a very efficient way to live. Think about it this way, from like an evolutionary perspective, what's going to survive, like help you survive and reproduce more? Like working well together with your neighbors, or like killing all of your neighbors who are like helping you survive.
Yeah, obviously not killing everybody.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, insofar as that's going to be more advantageous, traits such as like being averse to taking the life of your like close associates or like the people who are helping you out, taking the life of these people is going to be like heavily selected against. There's humans are going to have extremely strong intuitions about what they should and shouldn't do. These are our moral intuitions. So I would just say that our morality, our the reason why we don't like go and like punch our neighbors or whatever is going to come from our moral intuitions, and our moral intuitions came about through a process of
No,
evolution.
I think our that came from God to
Oh,
not
but
do
so
it.
we just have like two. So insofar as we have like equal footing, if both of our theories can explain things equally well, but yours requires us to say like God did all of this, and mine just says that like it's just like the laws of physics and natural selection and evolution, things we have tons of evidence for. Then it seems like my worldview would probably be just a lot more preferable.
How many times do those laws and like all that shit change though? That we find new theories and we find new reasons for everything.
Yes, precisely. But that's like the fact that science changes doesn't mean that it's worse. It actually means that it's better. Science is going to track what the evidence says. The theories are going to reflect what the most updated piece of evidence is. The way the scientific method works is that we repeat the exact same methodology, flawed as it may be. And sometimes like the scientific method produces bad results in like individual instances, but we keep on doing the scientific method until we root out all of those bad results. The fact that science can be wrong and update itself is not a point against science, it's actually a point for science, whereas religion, on the other hand, has no way of updating itself. It's just pure dogma, which means that whenever your religion gets things wrong, like slavery, for example, in Leviticus, that you actually just like can't say anything about it. Like you can't update your position. You have to affirm that in this instance, slavery was good for whatever reason.
Yeah, science does always I mean it does always get better, but like I said, it's maybe at one point in time we're gonna figure out like that we keep having it wrong with science and like there's just gonna be shit that we'll never be able to explain. And it's like why
Maybe.
are maybe, but like I said, like who knows though? Who knows? I just think that here's my point too. I don't know your background or anything, but have you ever tried to submit to God? Have you
Yeah,
ever?
I used to be
See, I didn't
a,
know your background though. You used to what?
well, I used to be a Christian, and then I realized that none of it makes any sense at all whatsoever. So then I just
What was
decided
you
to not believe in it anymore.
was you born into it or were
Yeah,
you
yeah, I was like raised that way, and then I met one atheist friend in eighth grade, and they just helped me understand that none of it made any sense.
so you believe when you die it's just basically it's all black? Like not all black, but you just never existed, no thought. Like I mean George Carlin, funny ass comedian. He
Yeah, he is
says
pretty funny. Yeah,
he says to us when you die it's basically like do you remember before you were born? It's kind of like that. I was like
yeah,
that's scary as fuck.
yeah. I mean,
but
I don't know.
but is that what you kind of
That's probably
believe?
what I think happens. Like, I don't know why that wouldn't be the case.
All right. I think if that is the case then we just don't have any value.
Okay.
Like we do to a point, but it's just there has to be something after this, bro. There
Yeah,
just
but again, like we can just like create our own value.
I don't think we create our own value, bro. Like if even if you look at it from like like when I used to work with therapists and like psychologists, I used to work at a group home for kids. They'd even tell you like certain shit you're just born with morally, bro. You're just born with it, you know? You
I don't
don't
think that's, well, maybe in like certain like extreme cases, people's morals are just like messed up, but I think often like
you
bad
think you
morals
get your
come from like
morals
bad
as an adult?
socialization.
If you don't get your morals and values as an adult. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
you,
but you're like
you
you're
get it.
raised with them. I don't think that your morals. So I think that like a large part of your moral intuition is going to arise out of evolution. I don't think that like necessary. I don't think that that precludes the socialization as being like an important aspect for like further refining your moral intuitions.
I don't know, man. I don't know, but I'll let you keep on going, bro. I'm
Yep.
gonna head up out of here. I got shit I gotta do.
Yeah, yeah, definitely for sure. I appreciate it. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 160K likes. Consider sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. If you're enjoying the debate so far, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I would absolutely love to see you there. I've been told the link doesn't work though, so you might need to access it via the Discord app by copying and pasting the link from my bio into the like add a server in Discord. Um, I would absolutely love to see you there. That's a great place. If you want to support me financially, my Cash App and Venmo are in the bio. That's going to be allegedly dash Ian for Venmo and allegedly Ian, no spaces, nothing between it, with like the dollar sign up front on Cash App. I would appreciate any and all donations, and make sure you're dropping a follow if you're enjoying the debate so far, so you never miss a single debate anytime in the future. And with that, we will bring up Another guest. Let's go out and let's search and like let's see what we have. All right. Spreading hate for no reason. If you think this is spreading hate, then do you also think it's spreading hate to say that God is real? I mean, this is just my religious belief in the same way that your religious belief is that God is real. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'm being like particularly disrespectful to people's religions. I don't know. Like it's I mean, if you think it's like disrespectful to just like express the thing that you believe religiously, then you would also need to say that it's like disrespectful for you to say that God is real, that it's like disrespectful towards atheists. But make sure you're sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment, etc., etc. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good, doing good. How about you?
I'm good, man. I just started watching your TikTok, and what my question is can you give me your reasons why you think God isn't real? Because I'm basically 50-50 with this.
Yeah,
I want to believe, and then I don't believe because I want to believe in science and evolution and all this other stuff, but then I also want to believe in miracles and things can happen.
yeah, yeah. No, I totally get that, and I can try to push you over the ledge. I think that religion, if you actually believe religion, like no part of like the history of like the Earth's geology, or yeah, the Earth's geology, for example, makes any sense.
Yeah, no,
Like,
no. I don't really believe in a religion.
yeah,
I want
yeah,
to
yeah,
believe
yeah.
in the God. Is there someone really out there that made everything, controls everything, all this other stuff.
Yeah, and so I don't think so. And so you said that you believe in science. I believe in science as well. Like one of the leading theories in geology is the existence of Pangea. Are you familiar?
I've heard a little bit about that. Yes.
Yeah, so it's just that like however like a billion years ago, we didn't have the continents as they currently existed. We had like one supercontinent. It was just like all of the land mass just like
Right.
all together.
Right.
Um so and then it like split apart. So
Yeah.
like it
Earthquake.
just doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
why would God make it like this and then like split it apart? Like for what reason would God like possibly do that? Why wouldn't God just like make it in the way that he wanted it in the first place, right? Like that doesn't
No.
make any sense. Another
No.
thing,
No.
the
No.
dinosaurs, that doesn't make any sense. Why would it like an all good, all loving God make dinosaurs just to like wipe the dinosaurs out with like an asteroid?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. If he's all loving and he's all this, why why give cancer to babies and why
Yes,
this and
yeah,
why that?
exactly. Why would he make the sun such that like the sun emits UV rays and these UV rays like give us cancer? Like why would an all good, all loving God do that? Why do we have earthquakes? Why would an all loving God like
So
just like
what
do
okay,
that to the earth? Like earthquakes
so
kill 60,000 people a year.
no, exactly, exactly. So sometimes I believe that as humans, we need security. We need some kind of security, and I think as humans, we tend to make that security up by having a God, so we can feel
Mhm.
something, that if anything bad happens, we got something to go to, And I think as
Yeah.
human beings, I think we have that, we need that security, and that's what we run to, you know.
Definitely, definitely. This is a concept that the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche talks about called ressentiment. Essentially, it's like this feeling of like the world is so fucked up, you can't do this to me. Like this isn't fair. We run into things like religion whenever we feel ressentiment that the world is being like cruel and unfair to us. But that's silly. Like the world just is.
And
And we
another
shouldn't
thing.
like it's like religion is like just like a way to cope with the harshness of the world, and it denies like many fundamental aspects of the self.
Yes,
Like,
exactly,
yeah,
exactly, and it's just so confusion, so much confusion in this, and why, why does the Muslims believe this, and then the Christians believe that, and then why, it just don't make sense. It's just so
hmm.
much confusion, and
Noah, thanks so much for the $5 on Cash App. I really appreciate it. W know in the comment section. Again, if anyone wants to support me financially, wants to donate, my Venmo is allegedly dash Ian, and my Cash App is allegedly Ian with nothing between it. I appreciate any and all donations. Again, W Noah.
So
I'm sorry. Please continue.
let me ask you something. So if the people that do believe in Jesus and God and all that, through, all in one or whatever, do you feel like they just n- lack knowledge, or they just,
I don't
not
know.
are not getting it, or
So I think that they're wrong fundamentally. I think that this is how they were raised, that there's probably a lot about the religion that they don't
you know what? And I
understand.
agree with you. It's like 80% is, it's just tradition. The Catholic tradition. It's just,
Mhm.
like how Spain went to Mexico and, they brought religion to Mexico, and now everybody in Mexico are Catholics because of Spain brought it to them. It's like what they see is what they know. And I felt, to me, that's just a lot of what religion happened. Just
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
were
Here's
born
here's
into it.
another thing to wrap your head around. Isn't it like super fucked up that so like let's say God is real. One of the biggest predictors of what God you're going to believe in, what religion you're going to end up following, one of the biggest predictors is just where you were born. That like Saudi Arabia is, I think, 99% Muslim. That
Yeah.
if you're born in Saudi Arabia, you will almost certainly be Muslim. Whereas if you're born in like America or Ireland, you
Yeah, you're
will,
gonna
it's
become
like,
Christian.
yeah,
Wow.
exactly. Like, why would a,
That's my point. That's exactly
mhm.
what I'm saying. Is that this is why I don't believe, in religion,
Yeah.
and it's like, come on, man.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. None of it makes any sense,
It
but
don't make
I'm glad.
sense. So
I'm
why
glad I could.
follow something that don't make sense? I'd rather sit there and listen to some science and get my mind blown, because that makes sense. You know what I
Yeah, it
mean? That,
does. I feel the same
okay,
way. Yeah, I love science. I think
yeah, of
I have
course.
two bachelor's of science degrees. I think science is phenomenal, and I think that we should put more trust and put more reliance in things like science rather than things like faith. But I'm probably going to move on to the next guest because it seems like we agree. But I do appreciate you coming on up here.
No, I appreciate for having me on and asking these questions, man. Because
Yeah,
it's cool to have somebody that kind of thinks the same a little bit, and kind of like,
yeah.
But like I said, I'm 50-50, and
No, no,
I
no.
do
You should
want to
think about
believe
it.
it, then I don't want to believe, because it's just, I don't know, man. What do you think I should do? Should I just
I don't know. I
focus
just I think it's a waste of time. I don't think that you should. I think that you can start living life truly and fully as soon as you accept that like religion isn't real. Because something that like religion teaches you to be like self-policing, that you need to prevent yourself from doing these things that you might want to do. Like maybe you want to have sex before marriage, which religion prohibits.
right?
And you'll feel like really guilty about that because it's like, okay, well, oh, excuse me. Well, what if God is real? Like, what if I'm dooming myself for eternity? You just need to take those feelings and put them aside.
Right.
Excuse
All
me.
right, man.
And
All
the
right.
way to do that is by recognizing the futility and the like nonsense that is religion.
Right. And one more question. Like, what if he, like, magically appeared and said, "Hey, man, I'm real and shit." That
Oh
would be
fuck,
cool
then I
too,
guess I'd become a Christian or
right?
whatever
That would that,
religion.
that would
Yeah.
be cool too, right? Wouldn't that? Like,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah, that
man,
would be
show us,
cool.
show us something. I mean, yeah, you show us the stars, the sky, all this other, whatever. But hey, man, pop up and say, "Hey, man, I'm real. Check it out." And then, hey, well, cool.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
worship God with
Fuck
you.
if that's what happened, then of course
But
I'd be a
you know
Christian immediately, or like I'd be whatever religion immediately.
but that's not going to happen. So it's
Yeah,
just,
yeah, because
we're back at
I'm pretty
square root.
confident that God isn't real. Yeah.
Well, anyways, man, you got a cool show, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll keep watching, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming on up,
All
Jesse.
right, you too,
W
brother.
guest in the comment section. This guest was great. Um, if you're enjoying the debates, enjoying the discussions, make sure you drop a follow so you never miss a single debate or discussion on this channel in the future. You should consider sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. It's good for the health of the stream. Make sure you double tap it on that screen. Let's get to 160K likes. If you want to support me financially, my Venmo is allegedly dash Ian, and my Cash App is allegedly Ian. No spaces, no dots, no dashes, nothing like that. So if you want to support me those ways, I'd be very, very grateful. And if you want to join the community, as many already have, you should consider joining the Discord. There's a link to the Discord in my bio. I would absolutely love to see you there. It's a great place to talk about politics, religion, philosophy, really whatever you want to talk about. and I've been told the link doesn't work, so you might need to access it via a web browser, which or you might need to copy the link and then paste it on into chat or into I'm like getting my words all jumbled. You might need to paste it into the Discord app itself by going to like join server and like pasting it there. But it's a great place. We have like a lot of fun there, I'd like to think. So yeah, consider joining and consider donating if you're interested as we go to the next guest.
And the cheerleaders back down.
Hello, Mank? Are you there? Hello, Mank? Are you... Mank? Mank. Okay. All right, let's find someone. We'll find someone. Hopefully. I don't know. It's always a struggle trying to find people. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing
Can you
pretty
hear
good.
me, or do I
Yeah,
sound
yeah, I
muffled?
can hear you perfectly fine. How's it going?
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I just had a few questions about just your stance, because I've heard this live a couple of times. I
Yeah.
came across it, and I was always curious of why we always separate science and God. Like, it's almost like one doesn't stand in the way of the other. Now, if one becomes over reliant on the other, I can see how it can step on toes, but they don't really step on each other's toes, because the Bible isn't a scientific book by any means. It's observations, yes, but it doesn't prove any type of scientific basis. I think through time, we can adapt through our own witnessing and observation of the environment and the changes. But it's really just a bunch of people who wrote their observation and changes over time.
Yep. Yeah, so
So it would.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, I have like two things with this. The first, they actually do get in each other's way all the time. So
Okay.
you can look to the like vast persecution of many people throughout history, like Galileo, for example, who was persecuted by Christians at the time because his work, his research, his theories of a model where we all orbit around the sun was not in line with church doctrine. So in that regard, the church actually does get in the way of science and scientific discovery and scientific processes. You can also look to like the sheer number of like Christians or like theists in general who deny basic scientific tenets, things like evolution, things like the Big Bang, that they like just attempt to discredit these things. So in many ways, like a practical sense, the Bible actually does get in the way of science very often. The second problem, the reason why it's important to like that we compare like science and like naturalism to theism so often is because if we can explain everything with just science, then what do we need theism for?
So, just to rebut the first, I just I always like to, and this is not a slight against you, but there's nothing that separates a Christian from an atheist other than the fact that we believe in God and one doesn't. But we're all humans at the same time, so we all fall prey to pride. So I'm going somewhere with this. Sorry about that, but we all fall prey to pride. So when you said Christians got in the way of Galileo, Christians aren't Yahweh. Christians aren't God. Now most Christians try to put on their best face to represent God, but we aren't the representation of God, because at the end of the day, we're all still human. We're all still gonna fall short to what we're trying to represent. So it's Christians may have halted progression. That's just like there's Christians who started war over the religion. There's Christians who disrespect other people's lifestyle because of it. You're supposed to love the people. In Christianity, you're supposed to love the people. You don't have to agree with someone's lifestyle or personality, because we're all biological beings. We can change in an instant. We can change down the road. So we're never going to be who we are until a life-changing event happens. But the idea is that if you're a true Christian, the true representation of a Christian wouldn't hold someone back or spew any type of hate. And if they use and they can't use biblical scriptures to back them. There's no way that they can use the Bible to back any type of hate or bigotry or anything. So I just, to just rebut that, Christians may have held back people, but not God. I can't agree with the God aspect. And then when we talk about the need for the Bible's more of like a psychological sociology type of thing. So it's more like steps to bettering. It's like self-improvement. It's not necessarily, oh, this is scientific because it doesn't mention dinosaurs. It's not true because it doesn't show that there was dinosaurs. Well, I mean, I don't think that's where it was going with it. I don't, and I do know some scriptures that actually acknowledge something like a dinosaur, but they just didn't call it a dinosaur. They called it like a dragon or something, or some type of lizard.
Yeah, that's fine,
But
but the order of events would
go
still
ahead.
be completely wrong in this instance. That you'd be,
Okay.
yeah, like dinosaurs came before humans, not after, and like not during. So there's like a couple things to address there. Like your response. So my argument was just that like the Bible and science actually do get in each other's way all the time. I understand this doesn't necessarily need to be the case, but on the pragmatics level, these things are going to get into the way because unfortunately, anyone can come away with any interpretation they want of the Bible. I think it's nice that your interpretation is not exclusionary of other people and is not like dogmatic or like anti-scientific. The problem is for a very long period of time with the Bible, people took it literally and they stifled anybody who posited a theory that was like anything other than their understanding of the world, of like the biblical understanding of the world. These things, while it would be nice if they didn't get in each other's way, and they don't necessarily need to get into each other's way, the simple fact of the matter is that religion halts the progress of science all of the time, constantly. And you can say that's bad, and I think you're like good for saying that that's bad, but it doesn't change the fact that it's happening, it happened, and it's going to continue to happen. The second you made like a weird claim that the Bible is like a self-help book. That doesn't seem true unless you think that God doesn't actually exist, other than like metaphorically. God, I like if you don't think that God is like a metaphysical being, or that the Bible doesn't espouse like pretty intense metaphysics. I don't know. Like, I'm just not
I
sure.
I didn't make that claim. No. I'm saying in the sense of it's a guide. So let's say if you're going through issues, it's telling you to pray on it, and praying on it is essentially talking the issue out loud. Now, yeah, for a secular way of going about it, you're talking to yourself and you're talking out your problem. If you don't have a relationship with God, anything else I spout after that wouldn't even make sense. So I didn't think it was necessary to bring it up, only because I have a relationship with God. So when I speak to God, I hear God, and it helps me through things. But but if I were to talk to someone who doesn't have a relationship with God, or who were to say that God isn't real, sometimes when you talk out your issues out loud, it gives you a second look and opportunity to think about like, is this the best route? You question yourself, even if you still take the same, even if you decide to still go down that route, at least you've thought about it, and it's not just an impulsive, primal instinct to go about. So that's how I'm looking at everything. I'm going to state in my discussion will be corresponding with like someone with a secular view. I'm not going to go into the relationship with God because I can't build your relationship, But I would just like to just like be able to talk to you in a way that we can try to understand each other instead of like I like a few times I've heard people like, well, because God is real, and it may not make sense because God is illogical. God isn't illogical. It actually, just because it doesn't make sense in the time time frame that we're living in doesn't mean down the road it didn't mean something. So we can't comment on that. It's more like the long playing the long game rather than the short game. So we can't understand it. We can only comment in the time, and it sounds bad, but maybe it looks good and down the road for generations from
Yeah,
now.
yeah, but
So
like the problem is that most of the time when it comes to people saying like, well, we can't understand God, that's after somebody has pointed out a direct contradiction in the logical properties of God. That God like logically could not exist with these properties, which is where the discussion of like people being or like of God being illogical even pops up in the first place, right?
can you
That
name one so we can discuss it?
yeah, yeah. Wait, so if we want to talk about contradictions, I think a great one is
Yeah.
the contradiction between omniscience and free will. I think that
Mm-hmm.
either God has free will, in which case he can't know what he's going to do, because that like if he knew what he was going to do, then he couldn't do otherwise. So I just ask you, uh, do you think God knew? Like, let's say that we're at the point in time when God made the earth, but he had not yet made humans. Did God
Mm-hmm.
know he was going to make humans?
Yes.
Could God have chosen to not make humans if he knew he was going to make humans?
No.
Okay, so then you would say that God does not have free will.
No, he's omniscient. So no, I don't think he
Okay.
has free
No,
will.
that's like
He
totally fine. So how
right.
does a being without does God have the power to give himself omniscience?
Does he have the power? I mean, do we have the power to give ourselves free will? I mean, I would say yeah, because if who gave us the power to have free will? Who gave us the power to wake up and say we can do whatever we want? Who said I can get out of bed, take a piss in the toilet and flush the toilet, then go eat or change the order around? I don't know. We just
Oh, so
decide to do it though.
you don't know if God has the power to give himself free will?
I'm not God, and I can't
Hmm.
pretend to be a perfect representation of him. So I no, I don't. I
Oh, that's totally fine. We
if
can
we
proceed regardless with this
yeah no.
argument. Yeah.
So I just want to stick on the point because I asked you the question only because if who
Wait, can
would
I?
have given us the power to have free will? Not to say God gave us free will, but I'm asking you because we
Oh,
wake up and we change our mind.
yeah. I
So
don't
why?
believe. So I don't believe in free will. I'm a determinist. So that's
Oh,
like,
okay.
yeah, the
That's
super easy
interesting.
answer for me. Haha, nobody. Um. So in terms of what you're saying, like the I don't know answer, unfortunately, doesn't get you out of this one
Oh
because
yeah, I'm not looking to
either
help.
God does have the power to give himself free will, in which case the contradiction like still holds that God must be able to make a different choice, even if he knows that he's going to do a specific thing, or God does not have the power to give himself free will, in which case God is not all powerful.
And I agree with that. But see, I'm not looking for a scapegoat to say I don't know, only because I only have the source material to convey what God has and what he can do. Other than that, if I can't go by that source material, it's speculation. And my speculation means nothing. Like we can make fun of that all day. I can speculate that he can do this, that, and the other, but really I have no basis to go off of saying that. So
Yep.
it'd be pointless. But I
No,
will say
that's totally fine. But
you do,
you
but
recognize
you
that it's like a true dichotomy, right? That either like one of the two paths that I've set forward, like either way there's a contradiction, and one of these two paths must necessarily be true. Either God does
oh
have the power to give himself free will, in which case there's the contradiction between omniscience and free will, or God does not have the power to give himself free will, in which case God is not all powerful. So either
well
way, there's contradictions in the properties.
I don't believe in the contradiction because you when you stated omniscience, if he already knew what how do we have any evidence to contradict it? Let's say this. What if we are just living the playback? What if we're just living the replay of what he's already seen? We have no basis to say, well, this him doing this is a stark contradiction because I
Hmm.
don't even know how free will and omniscience is even opposing to each other, to be honest with you. But the to grant you that I because if you let's say that you said you're a determinist. Now, if you're a determinist and you don't feel like you have free will, does that make you omniscient, or is this is a
Wait,
third
what?
category?
Huh?
Well, you
I'm
said so. I wait. So let me just go back. we were talking before. I asked you about free will. You said it was a simple answer for you. You're a determinist.
Yeah.
If you're a determinist, does that fall under the umbrella of the omniscience, or is that another category?
No, so determinists just think that so they think that all effects or like everything that exists is caused by previously or by like previous causes and previous effects. Sorry, excuse me, I'm like clearing my throat. It's basically like I don't know. On like a grand scale, I think the world is just going to be like a series of dominoes that the falling of one domino leads to like the falling of like other dominoes inevitably. And that like this is the way that the world is going is the only way that it could have given causes that came before.
Oh, so like a butterfly effect.
Uh, kind of, but just like so determinism insofar as like we don't have free will, that like everything that happens is caused by things prior to it inevitably and deterministically, that it couldn't have been any other way. um I like
So
it's like
that
kind of like the butterfly effect is deterministic, like yeah.
So then I guess that would fall under the umbrella of omniscience. It's just not your own omniscience. It would be whatever, I guess, the universe's omniscience. It's already determined everything that you're going to do and everybody else is going to do, and we're going to affect each other in that way.
Yeah, but the difference is that the omniscience, like I wouldn't call what I'm like determinism omniscience, because I don't think that it doesn't exist in a mind, right? Like the omniscience that God has is something that exists in his mind and is known. The determinism that takes place in our world is not something that is like known by a mind, nor do I think it could be. I think that there's like computational problems with that, but that's like a completely separate issue.
Well, I mean, couldn't we say that it's a computational issue if we're trying, as humans, trying to speak for God then?
No, just that there's like logical contradictions in the idea that anything could, or that there could be like a thing that just like knows everything that is also exists like physically in the universe.
But but you just got off saying that if you're a determinist, there's something that already, it doesn't have to have a mind, but it's already been determined. So it's
Yes,
already.
yeah. But that's not omniscience. That's just like determinism. Wait, so do you, would you agree that under your worldview, omniscience guarantees determinism, that there's like no free will under your worldview either?
No, I don't. I don't agree with that. So
Oh,
no,
okay, wait. I guess I'm just like confused how, because
I'm
if you
asking.
think like determinism implies omniscience, then I'm just wondering if you like hold the inverse, that omniscience implies determinism.
Oh yeah, I agree on your viewpoint on how you explained it. Yes, omniscience is determinism because it doesn't sound like it would be free will. And if free will and omniscience are opposing, determinists are opposing to free will, so it would fall under the umbrella of omniscience.
Yep.
That's how I
Well,
come to the
like
conclusion.
I disagree. I don't think that that's what omniscience means. Omniscience means knowing, and in order to know something, you have to believe something. So there's not omniscience because there's not all knowing, because there's nothing that actually believes everything that will be the case. It's just that effects come from causes, but in order to have an omniscient being, you need to have a mind which has active beliefs about the universe.
So, all right. So then, so would you have to have a mind? Do you have to have a mind in determinism, or to
No.
be? So, what's the opposing to determinists then?
Free will or like compatibilism? Like I'm
But that's why I asked, and you said then
wait,
no.
what's
I don't.
the
I'm
opposing
confused.
view to
To
determinism?
to a determinist, yeah.
Yeah, so typically it's like libertarian free will or like compatibilism.
Okay, and define compatibilism? Because it
So
sounds.
compatibilism holds that determinism and free will are compatible. It's just that I'm like an incompatibilist determinist.
Hmm. I don't know. I mean, look, I guess so. Free will can be opposing to omniscience and determinists
So free will could
at
be
the same
opposing
time.
to. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, because if I asked you, do you have free will, and you said no,
Yeah.
I'm determinist. So that means it opposes, does it not?
Yeah. Well, it it does if you're it doesn't there's no contradiction if you're a compatibilist, but I'm specifically not a compatibilist. So there is a contradiction that because I don't think free will is compatible with determinism. The fact that I believe in determinism means that I don't believe in free will.
And also that's interesting because if you're a determinist, that makes sense in the grand scheme of environment. But how does that fall in line with just speaking? Like us talking now, was that determined for us to always speak?
Yeah, sure. So I essentially am of the belief that you can do what you desire, but you can't actually change your desires. That your desires are going to be determined by factors that are outside of you, or sometimes they're determined by desire, like other desires that are inside of you. But if you go back far enough for what caused a specific desire, it's going to always come back to something that is outside of you. So I am a I think that you can do what you will, but you can't will what you will. You can act on your desires, but you can't really change your desires.
Okay. I mean, desires is what drive you. I mean, I think desires. All of it. It seems kind of y- your free will can give you the ability to determine whatever. So I don't think they're opposing. I don't know, but that's that's fine. I also to go back to the free will versus omniscience discussion. I don't think they're opposing either. I think God can be omniscient and his creations can be a free will.
No, that's fine.
And
No, that's
yeah,
like totally fine. I'm not gonna take issue with that necessarily.
gotcha. Yeah. But yeah, and just to like I I see where you're going, and that's why a lot of people always had a problem with religion. Just to go back to what we were talking about before, um, because when you said Christians had halted the progress of science
Yeah.
throughout time, I've always took issue with that because it's always with human hands, and unless we get away from our prideful instincts, we can never see progress. But I don't think they really Christianity and science don't oppose each other. They don't stand in each other's way because there's also a lot of Christians who were scientists. And
Maybe, but there's also a lot of like science that has been halted by Christians.
yeah, but see, that's where I'm saying, like, with that statement being said, it's almost like traditionalist people. It's almost like you can find that anywhere, right?
Mhm.
Like people who don't want changes will halt the progress of things changing. So it's like if we the next day we were to find out that chickens were if it was just worldwide known, it was stamped in history that chickens are complete descendants of dinosaurs, so we can actually call chickens dinosaurs. The people who always call chickens some type of avian will never call those chickens dinosaurs. There'll be people halting that progress because they're like, I don't want to call chickens it'll just be people doing that, and
Yeah.
we can't get away from that. It's just people who don't want to see change, and that's it's just a human thing. It's never just a God thing or a religious thing. It's just
Maybe,
people
but these
who
people
don't
certainly
want
do seem
change.
to cite